Oops, that's the wrong seed. Oopsies. There we go. Professional streamer, by the way. Okay, I know that those first 10 seconds make it look like I don't do anything in the 10 minutes to prepare for the stream. I promise I do. I just wasn't in those 10 seconds. Morning, lazy. Just so you know, well, for anyone in chat, I added some new sound alerts, and the fart one is now the proper fart with reverb. All right, I'll call you Bangs. Also, the text-to-speech Japanese female is it's pretty funny. Just type in some English stuff. You had issues because the game was running at 60 FPS. Huh? Oh. Yeah, locking gameplay elements to frames is certainly not how you're supposed to make games anymore. Easy. The character moves forward. That's how I would do it. Game dev's so easy, just add multiplayer button. Ah! What's up, guys? It's kind of loud. It's scary. Bethesda gonna be after my YouTube channel at this point. Oh. We have a nice, I believe, a nice full week of Cauldron Chronicles. pretty much a full week, except for Friday. Which is a good thing too, because we we had a few days here where we didn't do much development at all. And then we're gonna have a few more days without development. And unfortunately, so this game, Last Epoch, great game, comes out on the 21st fully. Unfortunately, something else that I really want to play comes out on the 22nd. And that's a problem. This is a problem. I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with that. We'll figure it out. Heard people really raving about Pacific Drive. It was really fun. I really enjoyed it. And it felt great to play. I didn't know what to expect going in. I just know it was like a driving type game, and I thought it would be more narrative driven than having like roguelike elements with more slower paced taking care of your car and building parts and stuff. But I really enjoy that aspect of it, so it kind of took me by surprise with that a little bit, but in a good way. In a good way. Where did we leave off? It has been a hot minute since we really got deep into this. We have bare bones dialogue system. It's very bare bones. We fixed up some alchemy problems, and we now have alchemy working in our world here. Okay, I don't need that breakpoint. And I think that we have fully functional and fixed ocean brewing. Yes. Is that correct? I think so. Regret not designing the UI for my project ahead of time. No clue how to make some things look nice. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You're not wrong. I mean, I don't know how to, I don't think I know how to lay out things in the best way. I certainly don't know how to add any decent visual aspects to my UI, but I think it's functional, and for a prototype, that's all it needs to be. More things to learn for next time, yeah. Yep, pretty much it. I gotta get in on a game jam one of these days too, for the first time. That would be nice. What would we like to do? What would our goals be today? Let's think. We could make like I'm not gonna do drag and drop, because drag and drop could be kind of a waste of challenge. Maybe one in June for Pirate Software. I don't really follow much of Pirate Software. I don't know why. I really can't explain it. I don't know. I guess I have enough people to watch already, I think would be my excuse. I don't even have enough time to watch the people that I want to watch. I could write just some bare bones dialogue for this, or add in some like give potion options. Maybe give him some gold. And what do we want? We want for the end of it for basic lore get, basic potion information get, of necessary potion, and then option for asking what he's going to do with the potions, which will hint at tertiary, or I guess in this case secondary potions to provide. Button to give potions, which will open up your inventory, and I guess you'll just be able to click in the potions and maybe just a slider for the amount of money that you would like to charge for it. That would be minimum. I still hate the term MVP, but it's what most people are going to know, minimum viable product. So that would lead to the minimum viable product, which is what you need for a prototype. Yeah. Okay. Should we just have ChatGPT do it? Get the dialogue for us. It's too early for me to be racking my brain. 9:40 a.m. I'm not gonna be thinking of the lore. Give me a quick single paragraph next to GPT-4 if you need. I don't think I need it for this, but I do appreciate that. I hate how my... Hold on. Do this. I need to move this over here. Move this here. Move this here. That's better. Give me a quick single paragraph. Let's see. Of lore about a mage in a medieval fantasy universe. Write it from the first person perspective as if the character is talking to a herbalist, alchemist, and telling them about who they are for the first time. Said yesterday you don't like coding. This isn't coding with GPT though. This is just give me this quick shit because it works. Greetings, fellow seeker of the arcane. Okay, I'll paste it in chat. You can see what happens. I am known as Alaric the Enchanter, a wielder of the ancient magics that course through the very veins of our world. From the moment I first beheld the shimmering tendrils of raw mana, I knew my path lay in the mystic arts. Trained under the tutelage of the venerable Archmage Eldric, I delved into the secrets of the cosmos, mastering spells of fire, frost, and lightning, and weaving illusions that dance upon the mind. My quest for knowledge has led me to decipher forgotten tomes and commune with beings from realms beyond our own, all in pursuit of unlocking the boundless potential of magic. Let it be known that in the annals of history, the name Alaric shall be whispered in reverence, for I am a mage of unparalleled prowess, a guardian of the arcane flame, and a harbinger of wonders yet unseen. Sorry guys, I got really into that. I get really into that. It's really it's not very casual, but that's fine. It's fine. I don't need it to be I just need it to be in the game. That is my requirement, is that it is in here. Really suck at being less word salady. I mean, yeah. I could always tell it, you know, be a bit more casual without losing too too much of the feeling. Hey there, friend. Name's Alaric. Most folks just call me Al. Ah, Jesus Christ. It's... Oh. Fuck me. I'm what you might call a wizard, or a mage if you're feeling fancy. Been tinkering with magic since I was knee-high to a gnome. Learned my tricks from an old wise guy named Eldrick, who's forgotten more spells than I'll ever know. I've dabbled in everything from fireballs to mind tricks, and let me tell you, it's been a wild ride. Always chasing after some new bit of magical mumbo-jumbo, exploring dusty old tombs and chatting with creatures that'd make your hair stand on end. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell, Alaric the Enchanter at your service. Oh Jesus. I'm just going with the first. I'm just going with the first. Illyrian. A wanderer of the ethereal pathways and a conjurer of the arcane, my travels through the veiled realms have led me here in search of essences and elixirs that elude common grasp. My art lies in the weaving of spells and bending of elements in the pursuit of ancient wisdom lost to time. In the grand tapestry of magic, I seek threads on hoping your alchemical mastery might illuminate paths yet untraveled. Allow me to this humble introduction, for in your knowledge of nature's secrets I see a kinship, a potential for collaboration that could unravel mysteries both profound and arcane. It just sounds like... It sounds like the 15-year-old who's trying way too hard at writing fan fiction. Like, it's not that it's bad, it's just a little... It's got a little bit of cringe. A little bit of cringe. But it's kind of fun, like... If you take yourself too seriously, then people... I don't know, I think a world that takes itself too seriously can sometimes just be a bit boring. I'm just gonna paste in what I have. Where's my strings? No, I don't want to download a new update today. Thank you though. Nice. It's better. It's better. It's also a bit shorter. Prompt to make it less word salady. I love it. The thing is, like, it's... This is a good I like this as a greeting. I think if the player wants to get more lore, I think I prefer something like this. I don't know. Maybe maybe, okay, hold on. Go back to how it was before, but talk about your falling out with the Mages Guild due to a misunderstanding. You don't want to talk about it, but it should be clear in the text that it still upsets you. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Most of it's the same. My quest for knowledge has led me to decipher forgotten tomes and commune with beings from realms beyond our own, all in pursuit of unlocking the boundless potentials of magic. But alas, there are shadows in every mage's past, and mine is no different. This just sounds like edgy D&D character backstory here. Falling out with the Mages Guild over a misunderstanding I care not to dwell upon still weighs heavily upon my soul, though I prefer not to speak of it. Then why did you bring it up? GPT feels like a weird kid who learned a lot of big words and is super excited. Yeah, that is exactly how it feels. It just gets worse. People think this is going to replace writers. No, it's going to replace 12-year-olds. Which I'm okay with replacing. Because the 12-year-olds really don't provide anything of value to society. Unless you ask Jeffrey Epstein. Cut that out. Cut that out of the video. Okay, yeah, whatever, just put this in. I don't care. Hey, Mom! Are you proud of me? What are you doing up? It's like 2? Just got back from the gym? Why would you go there? Nothing for you there. Let's make option 1. So, what's your story? Option 2 is what kind of potion are you looking for? 3. Tell me a bit more about what you're planning to use this potion for. Went to gym and their door interact function wasn't working correctly. What does that mean? Like they have a card or something so that only members can get in or something? I'm briefly awake but trying to go back to sleep. Yeah, why are you? Is that why you're watching me? Is because I'm so boring that I put you to sleep? Thanks, Mom. I'm going to just... It's so edgy. Oh, I just opened up Spotify on accident. Okay. Obviously, I knew it. Wish my mom watched my streams too. I'm jelly. I don't know why she watches. All she can see is that I have the mouth of a sailor, and I just shit talk games and shitty developers all day. Cause she cares. Here. So... Okay, we need like an initial greeting. Good day, are you must be the alchemist and herbalist in this area of the woods. Come seeking a potion. Exclamation point. Good enough. Don't care. What kind of potion do you look? Okay, so we need some kind of potion. And we need some like reason behind it. So let's think of what we could do here. Is it an exclamation point or exclamation mark? Technically it's an exclamation point. But I guess it could be considered both. Yeah, I guess it could be considered both. Exclamation mark, noun, exclamation point. Oh, it's known as exclamation point in American English and exclamation mark outside of American English. For some reason, the thing that I really fucking hate about the differences between American English and British English is that in pretty much every single case, no matter what, both British people and Americans would understand both. It is because I care, and I'm happy to see your face and hear your voice. You're the only lady that would say that to me. I had a thought about the game jam. What if instead of making RNG, I made, say, 15 copies of the rooms, then when player interacted with the door, it would spawn active class attached to the room you were in, and delete the previous room after entering. It could be done. Yeah, you go like the payday route, essentially, of random elements rather than random levels, right? English originated from England, American. I like the lore behind American English, though, which is we just need to differentiate ourselves from these people that we overthrew. So let's just change certain words for not really any reason. Yeah, it's the backstory. It's the cringe backstory. Yeah, it's like it's just what I'm saying. It's like any English speaker would read either and be, yeah, it's great. I know what it is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think it accepts both. I tend to write with more British English, though. What kind of potion are you looking for? Tell me a bit about what you're planning to use this potion for. Okay. Keep role-playing. And now give me a short use-sentence response about a single potion you're looking for. Well, there's over 7,000 languages. Jesus. I know English. I don't know which is which. Only language studies care. Ah, yes, the potion of everlasting vigor. That's the one I seek, friend. A concoction rubric around boundless energy and resilience, perfect for delving into the depths of ancient ruins or facing down the most fearsome of foes. Can we make it a wait. Actually, what ingredients spawn pretty close by? Well, it doesn't really matter. We just need to have the effects. Let's look for 2 effects. And I don't know which ones. Let me get inspired here by my effects. Maybe fortify health and regenerate mana. Oh, the game is coming along nicely. Is it? Yeah, it was like it just wants Viagra. It's like, okay, maybe we need to give it some more problems. Can we make it a potion of regenerate mana and fortify health instead, and make it so that the character wants it to be quite sweet. Last time I properly saw it was the prototype. It is still the prototype, but I don't know how far away from. Oh, you never saw the environment. Oh yeah, we've been building that up, and we have all of our ingredients in game, and we have full day-night system. I can force it to be night here. Just give the post-processing a few seconds to adjust. That's night. It's the right button. Got our nighttime looking nice. Make it all rainy and shit. While my mouse is jumping all over the place. First thing I did in game was so far was learning how to use Butler for Edge. I do like the snow a lot though, especially the way that it slowly covers surfaces. One of my favorite things, I think. Although all those surfaces are wet, so now they're gonna be wet and snowy. Gonna turn into ice. I like it. So does it just some sort of anti-malware? I always go schizo when I'm downloading stuff from Itch. I don't know if it does. Beautiful. Yeah, my desert with snow is beautiful, isn't it? I'm back. There's the heart that chat had me add. Like the bottom transition? People keep saying that, but I don't think it's that good. I think it's really shit. I don't know. Because I kind of just had to shove it in the corner here. Add a climate change gameplay mechanic so that the fumes from alchemical concoctions will cause global warming. I love it. Just causes lava to rain from the sky. Bye-bye, snow. See, the cool thing is that the game does have, like, I can add, like, it already supports seasons and transitions, but it also has weather, too. Or, I'm sorry, temperature. Which is pretty cool. Add a small raptor familiar that fetches you a flower in the morning of each day. Maybe a weed, but it's trying very hard, yeah. Like, oh, you... Thank you so much for this useless thing. Or just fetches something that's like right next to you, like this flower. Like, okay, could have grabbed that myself, but thank you so much. Okay, let's see. The sweet ambrosia elixir, that's what I'm after, my friend. A potion of unparalleled potency crafted to restore the very essence of a weary mage. It's said to taste like spun honey in summer sunshine. With a hint of wild berries to tantalize the palate. Not only does it replenish mana with each sip, but it also fortifies the body, granting resilience in the face of adversity. True marvel of alchemical ingenuity. Okay, I'm going to take this absolute just cringe fest here and try to touch it up a bit. Have you ever seen Tokyo Spliff? Small creatures trying hard to impress you. Did I tell you guys about we want like a friendly little slime. So like you probably near like the beginning of the game, you accidentally knock some stuff into a cauldron and, you know, magic and shit, whatever. And out pops a little slime who you can feed ingredients and it will tell you a little bit about the ingredients. So it'll like uncover an effect and some of the flavor, and then it'll have different reactions depending on what you feed it. So if it's something really disgusting, it's going to be like getting all green and, you know, puking up some slime. Or if it's something really tasty, you know, big smile on its face and it jumps up and down. So this is like a cool, cute lore way to learn about the ingredients you find without... Yeah, it's just that. He's a dev that makes engines. He made his first engine in a shipping container while homeless and sold it to a game studio. Now has his own home and stuff. Really, Jesus Christ, that's amazing. I think the slime is the same taste buds as ours. Yeah, exactly. You get it. So he's gonna be like your dog almost, where he's gonna get really hyper sometimes and just start like sliming up the walls. Get really happy to see you when you come back to the hut if you haven't been back in a while. And he'll always be happy to taste anything. It's like, find the weirdest ingredients here, try this. Slamming up the walls and getting excited sounds like me, true. Sweet ambrosia. what the fuck is spun honey? I'd prefer it to have a nice, sweet taste. Perhaps of honey if the request is not too difficult. You're gonna try to sleep looking great. Have a great day. Thank you so much. If I ever have a hit game, I'm gonna come in here and drop a bomb of a donation, dude. Same. I'd really like to be able to make some decent money so I can just give it back and, you know, help fund. It would be cool if one day Microraptor was a developer and publisher. Raptor mom. I think with the right people behind it and the right amount of funding, we could become a pretty useful indie publisher. I'm pretty good at figuring out which games are going to be those hits next. And yeah, I could be kind of a game scout as well. Did I take one of these? I don't remember. Dreams don't work unless you do. True. Hillary, Macroraptor games. True. No more micro. No more small. We're micro now. I'll change the name to Macroraptor games when we get big. Although I don't actually, I mean, truthfully, I don't expect Microraptor games to get more than 15 people full time. I don't want to push it over 10 to 15 people. Because at that point, it starts to become a little less personal. Still huge. It is still big. Can you give me mod on 7TV so I can add some cool emotes? How do I do that? Yeah, I'm trying to make like a solid-sized indie company that won't ever get larger. We just won't. We would still outsource things or still hire people, on contract for bits that we need. But full-time, 10 to 15 people, I think is exactly the size that I'd like. I don't even think I authorized 7TV. Well, we're gonna do it now. Home. How do I do it? Edit profile. I don't see it. Add editor. Okay. What's your 7TV? Is it just Joker Dev? Okay, let me look. Probably the previous one. 14 game designers and 1 programmer, artist, sound designer. True. There. It was Joker XT. I think that if I had to guess what Microraptor games would turn into, I would probably say, and these are just estimates right now. One producer, 1 CM, 2 systems designers, with technical. Three gameplay programmers. One technical programmer. I'm just guessing at this point. Scariest part about having a company's salaries. True. This would just be the, the game dev scene. If anything, I would also have one CFO. One HR. Didn't work, what the fuck? It says you're there. It says you're there. Three gameplay, one technical. Thing is, I really want a dedicated technical programmer for tools. Gameplay. Let's see. One UI artist. Would we want a full-time sound designer? Maybe. Two 3D artists, one 2D artist. Go two gameplay programmers. Small 15-person team need HR. You could have an HR part-time though. I mean, I know I said this was full-time, but full-time for this, you could just have part-time HR. Call them employees, not tools. By the way, you can enable them on your OBS chat dock as well through settings on the dock itself. OBS chat dock? I don't use the OBS chat dock. I use I use the Twitch dashboard. The main reason is that I have the separate streaming computer, so I'd have to either put I'd have to put the chat on the OBS that I run on this screen, but Twitch dashboard I think works fine. I haven't had much problem with the Twitch dashboard personally. Secunda? You have better TTV on the dashboard? Yes, I believe so. And I do have it set up to support 7TV emotes as well. One producer, one CM, two systems designer with technical. The thing is, I like to make a lot of systems-based games, and most of my ideas are going to be systems-heavy games. So I'd prefer to have two systems designers dedicated, and then if we need narrative elements, I would hire a narrative designer, probably part-time. Or on contract, right? Let me know if you can see the emote. If not, because you haven't refreshed. Okay, let me refresh my stream manager. I still don't see it. Let me double check that Better TTV on here is set up for 7TV. Emotes. It does not. Okay. It shows up now. We're good. I got it. We Gucci. My one at home must have had it set up and this one didn't. I can make British jokes. For beautiful. One level designer, two gameplay programmers, one technical programmer, UI artist. Sound designer, composer. I don't think we would need a sound designer composer full time, personally. I think we would just hire that based on contract. Two 3D and a 2D artist, probably. This is at least pretty decent. Sound is pretty crucial, but you may not need it full time. It's possible that you could do it on contract. And if they don't have anything to do, then you're just wasting money. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's about fitting. That's about fitting. It's just a assumption here. And the thing is, you know, I'm going to be making sure to hire people that know enough about production and at least training them so that our producer isn't going to be overworked. Sounds make the game. Sounds make a lot of games. Sounds do a lot for games, yeah. But I'll be teaching everybody how to do a bit of production and making sure everybody has a bit of game design knowledge too, so that they can make intelligent, innovative decisions on the fly without having to consult. Have you spoken with publishers yet? In what way? Nice sweet taste, perhaps with honey. Crust is not too difficult. Not only does it replenish mana with each sip. For funding, do you plan to do Kickstarter? For Cauldron Chronicles, I have not talked to any publisher yet, but we will be. That is planned to be done the first time in May here. And that's where we'll be bringing the GDD, a pitch, and the playable demo of Cauldron Chronicles. So pretty much everything that we'll need to make a great first impression. And we will use that to get some of the funding. Other funding will probably be seeking grants, like Epic Mega Grants, to help offset, because you don't want to ask for all of the money from one source, and especially for the amount that we'll be looking for, we don't want to look just from one source. Potentially Kickstarter, but that would only be with a vertical slice. No, so if you get Epic Mega Grants, you don't have to have Epic exclusivity. That would be a separate thing that they would pay you to an offer. And it's usually timed exclusivity of like a year. Fortifies the health, granting resilience in the face. More for alchemical ingenuity. Only I could get my hands on it. Wait, what? I'm deaf now? Did he say yes? Do I need to unsub? I'll reiterate it when Lazy Fangs gets back. But yeah, I think I'd have to consider it very strongly, and it's something that I wouldn't want to consider without the community, because what's more important? That the game gets released, or that players get to play it on their preferred platform. And I mean, that's the internal developer fighting with the internal player of myself. Where I hate the exclusivity on Epic Games Store, and yet if I need that money to secure the team to make the next game, or to, you know, provide the content that we want, the updates that we want for this game, it's a really tough choice. I think the other day Epic's generous handing out grants and funding, but when has anyone played or bought a game on Epic that wasn't Fortnite, GTA, or Rocket League? I know that I think Borderlands 3 sold quite well, but I mean, it's Borderlands, right? I don't know what other games I bought on Epic Store. I have to check. I got a lot of stuff for free. Okay, let me put this in. I also want to put in, I think this does support rich text, right? I'm not crazy about that. Double check. Dialogue. Response box. Yeah, that has a rich text response. So we can add in the information here. Companies say Cauldron Chronicles will be my first purchase on Epic Store ever. First game purchase at least. That's if we have exclusivity, which I prefer to avoid. But Epic Mega Grants does not mean that you have to be exclusive to the Epic Store. It would be a whole separate deal that they would offer, from my understanding. Oh, simple path tracer is okay. Just, I got reminded that I didn't get the new free stuff for this month. Actually, this would be really good to use for one of our game ideas. This might be useful for Cauldron Chronicles, but I haven't taken a look at it in bigger detail. Background texture. It could be used. Not my favorite, but it could be used. There's a lot of free games people grab those for sure, yeah. Yeah. No. No. The replicatability system looks really nice. Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. It's got pretty good reviews, too. I imagine that it works pretty well. These have stopped being so rabid with exclusives. Figured out only crap games grab the guaranteed money. Fully free viewers. Yeah. I don't know why they clicked on me. It's weird. I don't even know what I have. Library. What did I actually purchase? What of these games that I have here did I actually purchase? The only one I would say is for sure Borderlands 3. That's it. Oh, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, I believe. Because those were both on Epic only. Those were only on the Epic Store. Everything else I got for free. Those bots must have a success rate of 0.1%. At first I was like, oh, it's a Steam code. You know, somebody's just dropping a Steam code in chat. That's pretty cool. And then I was like, claim now it's like, oh, okay, yep, ban. See ya. Okay, default. Why? Unreal. That was weird. Default is regular, so let's make. Let's duplicate this. Regular blue. Looks good. Even just 0.1% probably nabs them thousands of dollars. Yeah, probably. That's exactly it. Get viewers, dude. I don't want viewers. I want people active. You know, like I don't. It's not that I don't mind the lurkers if they're real people, right? But I want engagement. I like people talking to me while I'm working. That's what makes it fun for me. I'm gonna duplicate that too. Old blue 24. You love your emotes. Do those show up in the text box on screen? I'm pretty sure I enabled it to have support. Oh, the browser source? Okay, I need to refresh the browser source. Do I actually have any way to refresh the browser source? I think if I switch scene, wouldn't it do it? If I switch scene to BRB and back? I don't know if that does it. Otherwise I'll just worry about it tomorrow. Oh my god. So many emotes. What the fuck is going on there? Okay, I kind of forget how to do the rich text. UE5 rich text. I just need to see what the flashback, Jesus. Just saw it. Where was it? There we go. Textile row name. Store the very essence of a weary mage. So this should be regular blue 24. Was it a forward slash or a backslash? Forward slash, okay. I don't see that one. Maybe because you just added it. Prefer to have a nice sweet taste. And actually, let's do it this way. Let's not highlight this. Also fortifies the health. This should work. Tell me a bit more about what you're planning to use this potion for. Refresh. Yeah. We'll worry about that later. Okay, let me pull this into the game first. And just see if it's working. It should be. So what's your story? It's not a okay, that's a bit of a problem. Rich text, auto wrap. Really should be in a scroll box too. There we go. Okay, we got the blue. Nice sweet taste, replenish mana, fortifies health. It's a little bit dark on that background. Not too terrible though. Scroll box is working though. That's nice. Yeah, we don't have that response yet. Kind of just a text wall, but that's what it is. And that should auto scroll. Not auto scroll, what am I thinking of? Why can't I grab the corner? Okay. Yeah, it's good. Per word wrapping too, which is nice, rather than character. Ooh, we wide. Wide as fuck, boys. Ream. I'm gonna make the blue just a little bit lighter. Won't be that size forever. Yeah, that's easier to see. Sweet taste, replenish mana, fortifies the health. Maybe it's dumb to have to give the player the info like that, but at least for prototype, this is going to just help. Okay. Last response. Yeah, that shows in chat. Showed for me at least. Oh. I don't think I want to. I don't think I want him to ask you or to say, you know, tell me a bit about what you're planning to use this potion for. Or, I mean, I guess that works. Have a paragraph talk about how you're planning to go into a dungeon of undead and needed the potion to help you in there. Tell me what you're gonna use the potions for reselling. Be fucking funny. I'm gonna sell them at a higher price. Fuck you. If important part. Well, okay. So the thing is, Cuthbert, we're actually not gonna have a quest log. That's a good one. But yeah, I am gonna be like. The thing I was thinking of doing was like having a. I think a good example would be like Divinity. Original Sin 2. Which I think did it pretty well. Okay, this is pretty good. Where it's more of a, it is more of like a journal, right? Where we found a manifest listing prisoners aboard a shipwreck, including a scion who held strange spores. We came across an elf beset by magisters on a shipwreck. We joined the fight. Like, it is more of an actual journal of things that happen. So in our case, it would be more of a journal of the people you meet and the conversations you had. And it would list the whole conversation, because I'm not going to expect the player to remember that. And then in that dialogue, you could at least have the big parts. We could do it, like you say, where we just extract those aspects and show it. We'll have to do something very simple for the prototype here, but it should be pretty easy if we just mock it up. I'm not gonna like make an actual system. I'll just mock it up with a journal that once you talk to him, it displays all of the things that you said. Easy. Should take a couple hours to do. Just thinking on item in inventory that have list of requirements, yeah. Before, when I was thinking, okay, we need to make dialogue system, I was like, shit. It's gonna take me 2 to 3 weeks to make an actual dialogue system. Or we just fake it. We just mock it up. And so then I just made this, I think we did this in like 2 hours or something. Yeah. You can talk to NPCs there. What more do you need to know? Well, I think I was telling Chad too that what we would do is just maybe like you and I or something else where we just have an IRL conversation for like 10, 15 minutes about, you know, we would have the dialogue. I would script the dialogue out, and you would be one character, I would be one character, and we would just record that video and show that to publishers. Be like, this is what the dialogue system is going to feel like. Because actually making it would probably take quite a long time, but if we just show a 10-minute video, they'll get the understanding. They'll know what we're trying to achieve. And then we just budget that. English. I can get anyone, but I'm just saying we can record a footage. We can record footage of that. Easy game. The thing with Narrative 3 is that while it's pretty cool, I'm a little worried about its flexibility, and if you wanted to augment it even further, I think that it could be rigid. It might not be. But certainly for a prototype, you don't need this. It would be overkill for a prototype. It's $300, 1,200 zloty. If there is a demo, so we'd probably get it at some point. Especially, when this is what it offers, but well, the node-based dialogue and quests, that is not too difficult to do. But having it link up with facial animations and camera shots, That's pretty nice. Supports multiplayer. The thing is, if you're building your game centrally around dialogue system, there is some potential where a plugin may just not give you the right foundation that you need. I'm not saying that this would be or wouldn't be, but there is a possibility of that. And you sometimes won't realize until it's too late that maybe you should have just built it from the ground up. Is the license for just put them on a mess. I mean, it looks like it works well. I mean, it's got some great reviews. I think looking at the game, we will at some point need to do our own stuff or build on top of plugin. Yeah, I think, and this is a possibility where we could build on top of this plugin, but I don't know yet. And the only way to know is if we bought it, so we could look at the the code base. There's some stuff on sale. Problem with building on top of plugin is that plugin is external. Yeah. Anybody doing any Japanese? Cyberpunk type stuff? Cities? All this stuff is 50% off. Pretty nice too. Nightclub stuff. Looks pretty nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy it till we talk. And certainly for prototype for Cauldron Chronicles, we don't need narrative 3. No, I wish it was free, but it is half off. It's $75 for 3 nightclub scenes. They look pretty high quality. It's a lot of assets. The Street Part 2 for $45. Yeah, it does. DM Joker, DM Katzper on Discord about the narrative 3. Because if anybody's going to look at the code structure for that, anybody would be better than me. Okay. Let's see, how does this sound? Ah, indeed, the sweet ambrosia elixir will be my saving grace as I embark upon my next venture. A perilous journey into the depths of an ancient dungeon, teeming with the restless dead. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's really cringe, but it works. And then we can highlight some of this stuff too, to hint that he would be very accepting of a... Well, actually, we don't have any potions. Oh, hold on. One for system break. The free this month, the replicated building system, we could use that for Nightmare Lake, I was thinking. I don't know if it supports grid. There is auto snap. Oops. if there's auto snap, we can have the city building aspect of Nightmare Lake prototyped. I don't like this. Well, what are some other effects that he could take? Maybe. Maybe some with invisibility. Ooh, I know what I could do. I know what I could do. Have a paragraph talk about how you're planning to go into a dungeon where the enemies are said to be quite poisonous, and you'd prefer if they never saw you at all, so you could sneak past and get the loot. Flashbang is a good one. The Whispering Catacombs. The dungeon rumored to be infested with creatures of venomous intent. Whispers speak of deadly serpents and spiders lurking within its shadowed recesses. Venom potent enough to bring even the hardiest adventurers to these, yet I have no intention of engaging these vile creatures in direct combat. I just want a subtlety and stealth. With the aid of the sweet, I should bolster my magical reserves and fortify my health kits. Importantly, its sweet essence will cloak me in an enchantment. Yeah, that's not exactly how it works. Let me adjust this. You're like saying ah. Whatever. Venomous intent. Let's see. Rumors speak of deadly serpents and spiders lurking within the shadow recesses. Their venom potent enough to bring even the hardiest adventurer to their knees. Okay. Alas, I do wish I knew of a way to cloak myself in enchantment of invisibility. If shrouded, I would be able to slip past them like a whisper in the night, securing the treasures of the catacombs that are dry. Okay, perfect. That's perfect. We throw this in, and then I hint here. That having a potion of cure poison and invisibility would also be very enjoyed. Put it that way. So at least now we have the dialogue for that. He needs cure invisible poison, exactly. He wants a sweet potion that replenishes mana and fortifies health, and venom, enchantment of invisibility. It's not as subtle as I would like it to be, but for the prototype, I would rather that the player get to that endpoint. And you know what? If players are like, "Oh, I wish I had read it and didn't have it shown to my face, I'll just remove the coloring. Easy. I'll remove the coloring, you can give him what potions you want, and that's how it is. You need to cure invisibility, is super hard to pee while invisible. Is it? Is your pee also invisible? Are any bodily fluids invisible? Does it just make your skin invisible? You know, there are so many weird questions of what to do with invisibility. In that long fucker. He does have his little blue. There's his blue dick here. It's very shy when I get close though. Here's what I can do. Here's what I'll do. Text render. Center. Blue dick boy. Blue dick boy. This is him. But it's gonna be hidden in game. So we can see it. We can see it now. We can make fun of him for being blue dick boy. But you won't see that in game. From a standpoint, it's easy to just make them not C player. Are you talking about the actual thing of? I'm talking about like lore-wise invisibility, not actual invisibility. This is just the potions that he's gonna buy from you. This will bite you later at some presentation. Dude, if the people I'm talking to can't laugh that this guy has a blue dick arrow, I don't want them publishing my game. Simple as that. You can. We will, but not yet. That is a later prototype. That and throwing potions. I'm not going to change it. I'm going to make this the new project cover. Where can I set that? Hold on. That's the thumbnail, but there's one that shows up when you launch the editor, isn't there? Where is that? Under Windows and Builds? Fuck. Perfect. What is the 720 by 370? Okay, let's see. 720 by 370. $720. I don't know if you guys can see me doing this. I think you can. 720. Blue dick boy. Perfect. There we go. Easy. Import. 2 changes. No. So now if we save and open the game up again. We should see Blue Dick Boy. There we go. And publishers will see this too. BB. In a circle. I'll put a little we could put some mosaic around it too. Oh god, the oh no face. I can't with what kids find entertainment these days. I saw some article recently about how kids in US schools were like going crazy for John Denver's song Country Roads. Like that they were discovering this song. It gave me the briefest hope that kids weren't entirely gone yet. Kids are fine, are they? Are they really though? Okay, this looks good. We need to add a button now to give him potions. Well, they're as fucked up as adults. I was saying this earlier that, you know how every older generation looks down on the newer generation, same way like things were better when I was older. And they always say this, right? They always say this. What if they're all right? And we're saying this too, you know. Kids weren't this dumb in my generation. What if we're all right? What if it's just getting progressively worse? I mean, you used to have kids who were, you know, like 12 working in factories, and I'm not saying we need to return to that. I'm just saying that kids were working in factories and building things. Now what are 12-year-olds doing? I'm not advocating child labor. I'm just saying it feels like the maturity ceiling keeps rising, and eventually you have kids in their 20s who, like us, who are maybe in some ways less capable than kids who were half our age, you know, 50 to 80 years ago. See, minors as minors, no minor issue, true. I mean, what were they? They were sending, what, like 16-year-olds off to World War II? And again, I'm not saying we should send children to war. We're just gonna... You'll get all the clips today, all the bad clips to cancel me will be today. This is the day. This is the Monday. Or if you really want to cancel me, just take everything out of context. We have fucking Blue Dick Boy, child labor, children in World War II. Okay, let's adjust this dialogue widget and add a button. I also kind of want to add information about how much money. We have a width override, but not a height override. And alphabet issues, you have Yahtzee, yeah. I think that'll die down. I think it's just a fad right now. If you want my honest opinion about this massive surge in kids claiming they're feeling some different way about who they are, I think that there are some who really feel that way. And there are others who are just jumping on a fad. It's a fad lasting 2 decades. The 2 decades, I mean, it wasn't 2004 that people were doing this. It's only been like 1 decade that this has really been starting to be pushed further. I mean, you had people, I think that at a certain point though, you know, when people were coming out and feeling more comfortable coming out as gay, you know, as I think that was a much different movement than what it's turned into now. I actually got confronted over it some time ago, and it seems like it's a movement from the 2000s. Oh, okay. 2000s. I don't remember it being, but I mean, I was a fucking kid, right? What did I know? I missed when it was just 3 letters. Well, and that's the thing I talk about, and I know people don't like this, but I see gender and sex as the same thing. And what people are calling gender nowadays, or what some people are calling gender nowadays, is just personality. And I would prefer to call it that. And you can have whatever personality you want. You can build up a persona and a personality. But don't confuse two things that for every other species on Earth mean the same thing. And don't bullshit people or gaslight them into thinking that humans are somehow evolved past being animals. As a Minecraft streamer, a lot of streamers would fake being bisexual gay for Twitter impressions. Yeah, I mean, it's because it works. It just works. Todd Howard. Just works. How? Because of how much power you actually have. Yeah, the Stan community is just... They claim to be oppressed, but really they're actually just a ridiculously... Oh, sorry, mute, so I don't listen to you. Okay, yeah. I don't even need to pretend time to start streaming Minecraft, I guess. Yeah. I mean, people will claim that I'm trying to, I don't know, erase these people's existence. No, it's just, I don't like the word usage, and I don't like the intimidation that some members of the community seem to have. What is this guy's name? What did I give this guy's name? Alaric. Mage elf. Say 100 to 300 likes per tweet I am gay or I am bi, you'll get 4 to 5 likes minimum. Jesus. After hits it big with a game, someone cancels them over this stream. If people don't, I mean, I'm not saying that my viewpoint is right. It's just my opinion, but if people don't like what I have to say, they're free to refute it. I just don't see the science to back up any of this stuff yet. That might change, and I'll change my viewpoint if I see significant science to back up how what they're calling gender now is not just personality. And even to some case, personality disorders, right? Because it's clearly not the norm. Just like being gay is not the norm. It isn't the way that most humans are designed. But that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing, and it doesn't mean that you need to look at people as lesser for being that way. The only potential benefit is that maybe our understanding of genetics will further things to this. But yeah, that's possible. That's possible. And I think that our understanding of behavioral psychology and personality as a whole could be furthered. I don't mind us breaking down gender norms or expectations. You know, I'm very much an individualist, and anybody is capable of anything if they have the will and the skills to do so. You know, more power to somebody if they want to do what they want to do or be who they want to be. But at a certain point, if I start calling myself an artist, and I demand that people recognize my art for being exceptional, it just comes off as I'm being an asshole and I'm not even looking at reality, which is that I'm not an artist. It's ego, right? It's egotistical, it's self-centered, it's selfish, it's very disrespectful. I would say it isn't very empathetic. And unfortunately, not only is this mindset kind of being normalized within a community, it's being defended and encouraged. And you can't talk against it, because then they pull these bullshit moral arguments that don't actually mean anything out of nowhere, and then use it to fuck your life over. So it's cold. Empathy's a lost art. Yeah, it is. Same with healthy, honest discussions in good faith. What was I doing? How to fix the... caloric age. And I think I feel like it's purposefully meant to be confusing to the average person who isn't part of this subculture. Because if you called it personality, it not only makes more sense, but it wouldn't be confusing. And if it's not confusing, then people can actually debate with you with settled science. But if you come up with new terms, then you don't have settled science. And so then you can't actually use scientific, well, to these people, you can't use scientific reasoning against it, because the science doesn't back up the claims, because the terms are so new. Speaking tangentially of good faith arguments, have you ever tried to engage in a discussion with someone who is, for lack of a better word, socially autistic? I'm not sure. I mean, I do have friends who are on the spectrum. I have family members on the spectrum too, and of course there are challenges to that. But it doesn't mean that it always goes in a negative way, right? You'd have to, I guess, define it more. Like what kind of traits or something. I am bisexual and I used to average 500-ish likes per tweet. What did someone call me a cis? Okay, saying I'm bi and the tweet got 9k likes. I've also had friends that I know are straight say they're bi, gay, and get 20 times their normal likes. They know what they're doing, yeah. What's worse too is that you can't be a part of this community and speak out against the community, because then they ostracize you. Well, a friend I had called said they faked being black for 3 years and just got exposed. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I think I heard about that. I think Asmon watched that. It was either Asmon or it was Charlie who had a video about that. I want to put some text down here about like the character's gold. Do you have an icon for gold? Gold coins icon. Do. I mean, I found that most people are willing to be reasonable about talking about these things, but there were even members of my family who, um, they aren't, you know, it will get very emotional about this. I just need a transparent gold coin stack. Clear for my topic, I have a friend who's basically incapable of grasping social cues. Ah, okay. You can't tell when someone is upset or angry or emotional. He's always very pedantic about definitions and can argue about semantics for hours. He calls it a debate. When he loses patience or can't find good counter-arguments, he considers the topic closed. Remarkably weird individual. I really enjoy talking about debating stuff. The one thing I don't like is when people misinterpret my point. You know, the so what you're saying is kind of thing. It absolutely fucks with me. That's P to G. It's got a watermark, but I don't really care. I don't care. What you're saying is you can't put your point across correctly. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes I can't, to be honest. She refuses to at all acknowledge. He claims he is actually... Oh, so he's like, he claims he's an empath, but really he is the opposite. Content, alchemy, art. Gold coins. Yeah, I don't care if they have a watermark. Could be. Could be. I have someone in my family with Asperger's. He gets quite emotional when arguing. I mean, I recently wanted to have a discussion in my in our Discord, right, about... I think I told you guys about this. It was about nostalgia and marketing for Pokemon, and how I think that ethically, overuse of nostalgia to market probably has a bad effect on society. So it was very much like a philosophical business ethic debate, right? But it's like people didn't want to have that debate. They wanted to discuss the semantics of what nostalgia means. It's like I'm trying to have a discussion about the ethics of nostalgia. Like, it's pretty obvious what nostalgia is. And I don't think there's any way that anyone can deny that nostalgia is used in a lot of franchises to market, right? Oh, it's really tiny. big is that? Yeah, it's pretty good size. I don't think you guys can see it, but it's pretty good size. Wrap with horizontal box. I really like ethical debates, you know, because it's, for me, it's really fun to, you know, nobody's right or wrong. It's just, let's dive really deep into this and understand what makes it work. Can't keep a job for more than a few months because inevitably he does something dumb and then goes into a rabbit hole of defending his views. Yeah, I know somebody like that. Must be different with every topic. Could argue Hitler did it for a reason type of guy. Detached objectivism. Yeah, I know somebody like that. Which is especially a shame with, you know, like being unable to keep a job and stuff. But it's like you just look. It's like if you can't talk about this topic, don't talk about this topic. Do not have this discussion. Just say, I don't like talking about it. Let's move on. I mean, there are some cases, right? I have a colleague who, you know, if you post something without context, they'll want proof and context. It's like, I get it, but we can also just laugh at this for a second. Twitter. T gold value. Let's center this. Yeah, that looks. Adding to the right, do like 5. That should look good. A little hard to see. If I move it there, you guys can see it. Update NPC details. We need to break the NPC dialogue. Structure. Data. Dialogue. Starting gold. Give an example, I don't know if it'd be politically charged. Indian guy talking about Muslims not being equal to India because they think themselves above others, since they can't be part of equality. Maybe I frame it wrong, but in general, I agree you can't be considered an equal if you think yourself better, yes. Or if you think somebody else worse, right? Which I think is maybe more often the case. But I mean, that assumes that you think you're better, right? If you think somebody's worse. It depends on the framing of the discussion. That's something too that I what's the way I want to put this? I believe a lot of Westerners, especially a lot of Americans who consider themselves on the right side when it comes to progressive issues, they don't realize just how progressive the US actually is compared to the rest of the world, where you usually have a lot of very, very deep-seated, deep-rooted bigotry in communities. The U.S. is by no means perfect, but holy shit, there's some communities which are in cultures that are just objectively less. Let's just say less progressive when it comes to being multicultural or accepting of different lifestyles. They're just objectively worse. They might be better in some other areas, but not in that one. Of course it is, as with any country. But if you have a nation that makes everything about race, just culture, then of course every single argument and discussion is going to be charged in that way. I had a guy argue with me once that you have a better chance surviving a gunfight than a knife fight. Actually, there is some truth to that. But I think it would be better framed of you have a better chance of surviving a bullet wound than a knife wound. A bullet wound is very clean. A knife wound can be extremely damaging to organs and very hard to patch up. Depends on the bullet being used too, but in general, you might almost prefer. It does. It depends on the bullet, depends on the knife, but I would say in general, if you were, stabbed or shot in the same place, you'll probably find that there will be less internal damage with the gunshot, especially if it's in a place where it's just gonna go in and out, right? Yeah, it's like serrated knives. The damage they do to internal organs is insane. And if I 1v1, the argument was you could survive a confrontation with a gun over a knife. I just think the wording is bad on that. Or maybe they were trying to say what I'm saying, but they misinterpreted the way that it's being described. Starting gold, 50. Should have 50 coming up then. 50, perfect. You guys can't see it, got our 50 gold there. Alaric, Mage, Elf. Kind of don't really like how this is set up, but you know what? It works. Alright, let's have a button on the UI, the dialogue, which will open up some widget to give them potions. I don't really know how to put that. Argument was about U.S. gun violence versus UK knife fight. Violence is bad. I'll say this, and this is going to be a very interesting topic. In the U.S., we had much more relaxed gun laws 60, 70 years ago, right? And yet we had much less gun violence, especially when it's regarding like schools and stuff, which I know is a difficult topic. I think it's a problem of culture, not a problem with guns. It's purely that culture has changed and people have changed. And rampant gun violence, to some extent. I mean, there is certainly and that's a culture, right? It's, I hate to say it, but I think it's just a cultural issue. And it isn't being discussed like a cultural issue. It's being discussed as a constitutional rights issue, which I will side on the Constitution. I think people should have the right to own the firearms. However, we need to have strict gun laws and background checks, safety requirements that need to be enforced with heavy penalties. And we need to address the culture problem with it. most of the time, gun violence is not being perpetrated by those gun nuts who own 200 firearms, right? I mean, that's a bit extreme, 200, but I do know people who collect firearms and probably have 50 plus firearms. Usually it's not those people committing violence with firearms. And in fact, you'll find that those people are probably the best with gun safety, with following the laws, with being sure not to, let anybody with that, they're not going to put firearms in hands of people who don't know how to use them properly. Let's put it that way. No 14-year-old should be a gang member. No, they shouldn't. No 14-year-old should be using any firearm without very careful adult supervision. I don't know, it depends on the state in the US. I think some states have it's usually like 12 or older, but with supervision, and only at like 18 or 21. I think 18, you can purchase firearms on your own. Depends on the state. I mean, I think that the issue is not whether or not it's guns or knives being used. For me, the issue is whether or not violence is being perpetrated, right? But you can buy a gun and shoot someone, then you'll go to jail. You'll definitely go to jail. The importance of the statistics of like firearm violence is who's perpetrating them and are the guns legally obtained. Because people want to ban all of these what they call assault rifles, which are banned. ARs are not assault rifles. They're just semi-automatic rifles. Most gun violence is perpetrated with pistols, and most of these, where it's perpetrated, is with illegally obtained. It's not rightful gun owners. And even if you put more laws on the restrictions of guns, you would still have people getting them illegally because a lot of them cross from the borders. Securing, it's I guess this is another topic, but securing the borders well enough will help prevent the influx of, it will help diminish the influx of drugs and illegal firearms. I'm thinking of putting it over here. Maybe. Plug option. Yeah, but the thing is, again, you have to look at who's actually perpetrating the violence. It's not like you can just go out and buy a gun, and it's never been the case in the US of that. And in places where you have concealed carry allowed, you actually often have lower violence. Because offenders know that you can, but it's not like you just go in and buy something at Walmart, like you pick something off the shelf the same way you can just buy a hunting rifle. They have to follow the exact same laws that a gun store would have to follow. The exact same. It's a vertical box. Yeah, I'll wrap this with a horizontal box. Ill. And then we'll make a button here. Okay, that looks good. I know that a lot of people who aren't US citizens don't know exactly what goes on when you purchase a firearm, and some of this is just the difficulty with the federalism of the U.S., right, where each state has the right to make its own laws and govern itself. So some states are a bit more relaxed than others, like Oregon is more relaxed than, say, Illinois, right? But for the most part, you have to go through strict background checks, not only of criminal history, but of psychological history. You often, some places have waiting periods, so you need to wait 30 days before you're even allowed to get the gun after you purchase it. And it's very strict. If you have any history of going to see a psychologist for, or even being prescribed certain medications, no, you don't get a gun. Some places require hunter safety, which I think every place should. I think that should be a federal law, requiring hunter safety be obtained before you are able to own a firearm. It's like most of the time with the cases where you hear of these really sad and unfortunate things happening regarding guns in the U.S., it is in some way illegally obtained firearms, which is really difficult to handle. Let's do barter. Then it's like, okay, where are these guns coming from? Okay, they're stealing it from family members. Well, then the family members need to lock these up better. Maybe sometimes they are. Okay, they're obtaining it from, different countries, which is often the case too. Then the problem would be people not having guns to defend themselves. Yes. If I was a U.S. citizen with no criminal history, how hard would it be for me to get a gun? Depends on the state. Depends on the state. But do you have a psychological history? Does anybody that you live with have a history, criminal history or psychological history? Because you're not allowed to have a firearm in that case either. If like someone in your house is a violent offender. And that's what I'm saying is that countries where you have concealed carry permits, where it's like CCW or something, I think. And if you get the permit, you are allowed to have a concealed firearm. It's really hard to predict how much crime is prevented, but the studies that have come out that have tried to do this have shown that in places where concealed carry permits are legal, the amount of violence, and especially firearm violence, is much lower than places that try to ban guns entirely. Because you just, you're going in to rob like a liquor store or a restaurant or whatever, and you just don't know if somebody's going to pull out a gun and point it at you. And so it's like, well, I'm not going to risk my life for this. My boss is a nut. She's so much into her job, she wants to hold a meeting while she's getting a scan for her failing pregnancy. Some people don't value life, though. I agree. I think that it's a cultural and mental health issue in the U.S., and neither of them is actually getting addressed. It's all about guns this, guns that, guns that. No, how about we look at the people perpetrating the violence and try to prevent them from being violent in the first place? If they want to hurt somebody, they're going to get their hands on it. They may not be able to buy a gun, but they're going to buy a knife. They're going to get into a car. Both of those things are much easier to obtain than a firearm. Much easier. I think it was 20% of mass killers before they could be shot. I don't know about that statistic, but it wouldn't surprise me. One, two, three, 4, 5. I know, some spicy takes today, right, guys? Does your office have a window? I could just imagine someone looking through your window. Like, there are two windows, like, where the door is, but there's shades on them, and I have them pulled down. Otherwise, there's no window. No window to the outside. This is my jail cell. Unfortunately. How much do you pay for the office? About $300 US a month. All inclusive. Thank God I don't have to pay for my internet usage. It's pretty good. It's kind of good. It's pretty bad for here actually. It's pretty expensive for here. If you consider that I was making, 6,000 zloty a month, and I spend about 1,250 on this office, and then another 2,500 on rent. Yeah, it's Polish zloty. That's what I was making. Right now I don't make anything. I was making about $1,500 US a month. And then 6,000 minus 2,500, that was rent. Minus 1,300, which is for, would be for the office. Another 200 in smaller utilities, and then monthly food. Depends. Probably. No, it's probably closer to 7, especially with things getting more expensive. And 300, I would say 300 for miscellaneous expenses would be pretty good. So we were saving about $250 US a month, which is pretty shit. That's not enough to really afford anything. It's really bad. There's no way we're gonna be able to move anywhere better than this. We don't own a car. We don't own the place we live at. We're renting. Pretty shit. When Chronicles sells 1 million units, you'll be chilling. If we sold 1 million units, I would give everyone on the team an equal bonus. I mean, we'll probably do rev share, right? So, I mean, you'll get more money the more we sell. But I would probably end up getting a mortgage and getting a nice little house somewhere quiet, with it, my own streaming room. We have a team for that share. If we sold that many units, I would just do, I don't know, 5 key giveaways every day for a year. Let's go crazy, like fuck it. Whole world can play the game. Like, I'm gonna put it in here. T Carter. Wrap with vertical box. Image. How much are you thinking of charging the game? 25-ish? That would be a good estimate for middle ground. It, for me, would probably be between 20 and 30. I'd like to make games that are roughly between $20 and $30 in sale price. And cheaper if they're much smaller, right? Sea of Bone, yeah. No, we'll be the first. We'll be the first quintuple A game. Yeah, 20 is pretty good. It depends on how much content in the game, right, and how much it costs us. If we're planning to put a lot of tailored narrative-driven content and a lot of like voice acting in it, that can get really expensive really fast. But I want to do it. What does AAA even mean? Depends. Usually it mainly speaks to budget and team size. Like someone give me the middle finger. I'm gonna do 8. I'm gonna do 8 for normal padding. I don't want a crazy amount here. But I would like padding on the left of the element. You zoom out, it looks like it. Oopsies. That's what I'll tell publishers that it is. Well, that's not a potion, that's a middle finger. Looks good. Acceptable. Oh. Weird. Barter potions, fuck you. For me, it's gonna be more about the Sir, we found some of your super hot takes on your stream. You have anything to say about that? No. I have nothing to say about that. Thank you very much. I don't really bow down to people that want to put me on blast like that, though. I'm not gonna be like, no, I didn't mean that. It's like, yeah, I said it. I stand by what I said. If you want to discuss it, we can. It's stand up business. I think that makes me why I'm really hated by business people, because they have no moral quandaries about lying to get to the ends that they need, because they just see business as business. Do whatever it takes to make profit. And they don't understand that I am going to have the same morals and values in my work as I do at home and in my business. Yeah, they just care about PR. I try to tell them, like, you can have good values and have good PR too. Because if people know that you have good values and you stick to your values, they can accept bad news. But one of the places that I'm kind of talking about here, this is the same company that lied to their employees just to keep them happy, because they didn't think that they could handle bad news. My boss trying to throw me under a bus. She just told me that she put the entire raise promotion budget on my salary increase to senior. It sounds like a joke, or it sounds like a little fishy. It does sound a little fishy. Barter potions, I like that. We would then need to essentially open up the potion inventory. I wonder if there's a third widget. Yeah, but this widget's already gonna be a bit weird with how that's put. I'm giving several people raise share to give the whole thing to me. I'm worried. That's really weird. I'm a dip up with stream. Yeah, see you, Joker man. I still have to check out your game that you made for that game jam. I apologize, I haven't checked that out yet. Just remind me to do that because I'm curious how it looks. And then maybe we can find some time to discuss other game jams. I would still like to engage in one, you know. These are two separate widgets, aren't they? Yeah, but I would like to see what is in the potion, so maybe we reuse this inventory. I'm not sure. I'm back, I can rant about kids. We got into discussion about guns and culture. We got even deeper. Does this need to be as big as it is? Or could we make the potion inventory smaller and then do like a bartering window below it? Let me think. Inventory. I could on this icon, or on this widget, I could put a little like button for adding to barter. And then if you press that, the potion will go down into the barter window where you can select it and then determine how much money you want to barter it for. would require a little bit of refactoring. Only a little bit, though. Mainly to this function, which is really small. Button, icon button. I'd wrap this with an overlay. Button image. You can rant about kids though if you want, Cusper. I don't mind. Top. Old coins. I don't think that's going to be large enough. Yeah, it gets cut off a bit, doesn't it? I mean, it's not a terrible size. No, remember this will only show up in the barter window though, so but this is just an easy way for me to test it. Okay, let's not do the negative padding, but let's just put it in like the bottom right or something. I prefer that location anyway. I'm tired. I'm gonna wrap this with a border. Oh, it's content color. I was wondering, I'm like, I just want to color the outside here. But better. I'm going to make my life a bit easier as well. I'm going to put 2 ingredients on here just so I can quickly test things. Ingredient, honey, and I kind of want to use 2 ingredients that actually have similar effects though, so I can test this better. What has similar effects? I don't think there's a problem with kids, and even if there is, it is not connected to an old days we did X and now considering Y and they're bad. First-hand experience that generation of our parents had worse economics when they were growing up, and a lot more support in all directions. Post World War II economic expanse, those people were usually in a better position with less work. Now the same soft people are bitching about young generation that have problems that never occurred before. Yeah, I agree with that. I think purchasing power too has gone down quite a bit. And a lot of families are going into the dangerous situation where older generations are selling things because they, especially like land or houses, because they need money. Even though I think one of the best things you can hand down to a future generation is house and land. Because that is probably the most expensive thing that they're ever going to own, but also probably the most crucial thing that they're ever going to own. And as it becomes more difficult to afford that, well, you see where things are. You just need two things with some common effects. Maybe the pink flower and flowering bush. Okay, the pink flower and flowering bush is much better to add to the table. Pink flower. Great one. Not pink flowers. Oh, it is. Okay. Now I can test that easier. What? Although I do think that I will make an argument that kids these days I think have a bit less common sense about things than our parents probably did growing up. Because education doesn't really teach common sense. They don't teach kids how to navigate life very well. That's a global thing. Well, maybe it's better in some countries and cultures. Our window opens up. We need this inventory. We need this button, this add to barter, to only appear when the player has opened up the bartering version of the widget. So wherever we fill up the inventory, alchemy UI, potion inventory, bill inventory, inputs, B is barter. A generation need to sustain society, and with that greedy, uneducated, softy, whining old generation, they are both in big ass. Or it will not help, as it will be an older generation demography You have no means to create workplaces. Expectations usually is as high as with parent generations. So in best economics, we are not best economics, and we do have actually rules and laws to help throttle this money. Rich, and rich means part of parent generations. I think that's a bit different though than I think I would say the cultural and social aspects of kids that I'm saying are kind of problematic. Maybe. Okay, so fill inventory happens just on construct. I think I wouldn't run it on construct. Instead, hold it here. I know it's a bit improper, but it's fine. I don't go all doctors, they're shitty in both knowledge and way they behave. I do think there's a stark difference though here in Poland and the older generation and some of the things they've had to experience or the way they had to act as children because of the way that their world was at that time, as opposed to someplace like the US. I think that at least between our two countries is probably going to be very different. The old people here act way differently than in the US. Like 40s and 50s US is certainly different than 40s and 50s Poland, right? To say the least. Not in a good way, but it is what it is. Is that going to cause a problem with the way that I set that up? I don't like that I can open that up here. That is a problem. That is very much a problem. I thought we were removed from the context actions that the player could do that. I swear we did. Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it this way. I don't really want to do it this way, but just have to. I think it is add table, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that. I'll make it so that when the player presses this, we open up that the barter unreleased. We probably don't need to do this because the player's cursor is already going to be shown. And worry about how it looks later. Hit barter, button border, visibility, set visibility, select. We fundamentally have 3 problems. Adults usually don't think about their children as humans, and thus they support not children but what they think children should have been. Is that a problem though? The world is gone and their advice are mostly now are not working. Yeah, to some extent. Young will never be in power and can't change the world. Generations don't want to give up power, and this will bite us in the ass. Yeah. Usually when we talk about young people, we're not telling how soft. Yeah, but the thing is, how young? What age are we talking about? Because obviously, you know, kids, 12-year-olds aren't going to be in power. Gen Z. I mean, are Gen Z even old enough to be in power yet? I mean, you could argue that once they're 18, but... ...1997 to 2013, I don't think they were old enough. Usually when we talk about young people, we were telling how socially destroyed or unable to... I mean, I do think that to some extent there is some social destruction. And it's not going to be good. It has never been good, and it never will be good. Because we are social animals. And forcing that evolution is probably not going to work. No, it's not. But I do think that it impacts kids more just because usually they have more time to spend with it. Usually. It's like you're in school, right? What fucking responsibilities do you really have aside from your homework and some chores? You're Gen Z? I'm a late millennial. I'm a very late millennial. Set up item. B is bartering. Then we just plug it in. We just go like this. Tell it to deal with that shit. Get set visibility. Select Grandkids that go to school may have a problem with social media. The same problem that old generation is on retirement have. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly, when we were growing up in school, we had a lot of social media abound, and we were transforming from flip phones to smartphones. And I think the flip phone era really started to show. It had its red flags, but we didn't really know how bad it was going to be until the smartphone era, which initially wasn't as bad. But then when you started to have MySpace, Facebook, and all the social media start to kick off, people became really glued. As opposed to before, when you had like MP3 players, or you used your smartphone to play songs, right? You just had that tuning out of reality, where you would still see reality, but you were like listening to music or something. And that had its problems, but I don't think it's as bad as when you're not engaging in reality and you're just looking, down. And then that gets worse, where now instead of just actually physically being in like the same space with somebody, you are now separating people physically, so you don't even have the secondhand socialization of being in the same room as someone. And the socialization you receive from social media I don't think it provides the same chemical benefits that actually being with somebody in real life does. I'm sure there's been a study about that, like what chemical releases when you're socializing online versus in person. I'd love to see the differences there. My life is looking at what I need to do to thrive. I know what my parents needed to do to thrive, and I can tell you their life was less demanding. Yeah. But it's our responsibility then to prepare our children for that. And I don't think that we're doing that as much as we should. I think social media and screens are partly to blame, but ultimately it's the responsibility of the parents to control that, and I'm saying that they aren't. It depends. I think that at some point kids do have responsibility, right? Like you were saying that adults usually don't think about their children as humans. Well, they are. They may not have complete control, but they do have some self-control. Is at a certain age, right? Like we're talking about a 6-year-old. But a kid in like middle school or high school, at a certain point they do start to receive that independence, and that they need to manage their own self-control with things. Maybe it starts with the parents, but it certainly doesn't end with the parents, right? You can't grow up, addicted to screens and say, well, I'm this way because my parents made me this way. Yeah, but why are you still this way? Why didn't you change? Yeah, and you as parents should teach them social balance responsibility. I agree with that. But that's the domino effect, right? Now, I think school should to some extent as well. But now that if we have been fucking up our kids like that, and that's our failure, they're going to just exacerbate that to their children. Our parents' failures become ours, our failures become our kids. No, it's not. That's more of a philosophical debate, right? We can't prove that, and there's certainly a lot of data to prove some of it and a lot of data to disprove some of it. I think it is more of a philosophical debate. Yeah, but I think some things are getting worse and some things are getting better, right? Like economic capability of certain worlds, right? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that Are certain aspects of our society getting better? Yes. Are certain aspects probably are getting worse? Yes. And how much of that is related to things that happen with parenting, how much that is choices made by adults? That's something that I think is much more vague and more broad. What was I testing out? I completely forgot. Okay, this, do that. Brew potion, click thing, finish potion. Okay, we have no icon, good. Let's talk with PC. Barter potions. Icon isn't there, wonderful. Why isn't it? Probably because I didn't select. No, I did. Setup item is bartering true. Full barter button border. Should be. Weird. Potion inventory item. Visible. Oh, I see. Why do I call setup item in here? Why do I do that? It's so weird. Those way of systems that doesn't work and fucks up whole society in some way. Yes. And the benefactors of those systems are grandparents. Yes. Parents due to dying of grandparents' generations, so young people can outvote old generations, actually shifts the whole society. Poland, we have bad schooling, medical, police system that are connected by generations who either work there and working there and like refuse to, or never had to experience it. Yeah. Yeah. I know there's a problem right now with this, but just need to re-trigger this. Okay, that's fine. I'm curious about something. Why did we put setup item there? And you, young generation, will be in power when your parents die. I'm not. Dude, what fucking power? What power am I gonna have? Voting power? I already have voting power. And I vote for independence, so what does that really do for me? Big load of nothing. The world hates independence nowadays. Only extremism allowed. Yeah, that works. I don't know why we put setup item. Here, then. Looking weird. And set selected. I have no clue. Nice grass, bro, thanks. I've been told that before by all the ladies. Usually there was a balance between wealth and voting power, now both is in the hand of older generation. Yeah, older generation who doesn't understand what the internet is. And so they get manipulated by the younger generation who does. Hell yeah, brother. I do not know why this was here. It does not make sense to be here. I don't like it here. Only cynical? Yeah, but the problem is the people in power are usually not the ones with good morals or ethics. The cycle just repeats. Teach people how to use computers. Shit was fun. It is kind of fun, isn't it? Oh. Cutsper, you have to help me though. Well, first off, we need to talk about getting some AI animals into our world here. But also, this comes out on the 22nd. Last Epoch comes out on the 21st. What do I do? That's why 1% I'm talking about everybody that have enough wealth to create workplaces. How many people have enough wealth to create workplaces, though? That a website for a dude with a heavy amount of... heavy amount of that system to sell. What do you mean? So, yeah, but I have to play Last Epoch. I've been waiting for Last Epoch for so long. But this is gonna be really good too. I'm gonna play both on stream, for sure. Just win. Okay, I get it. We'll see. Okay, so that's a bit different than the US, right? Because in the US we have credit scores. And depending on your credit score and your what work you're doing, you can get... Wait, what? So how do they just get 50,000 to start a business? What the fuck do you mean? How? I don't know what magic that is, but that definitely wouldn't happen in the US. Okay, I'm gonna lower the potion inventory. I'm gonna, like, just make this widget smaller. Okay, I'm not gonna question that. Is what it is. I don't know what the fuck was going on with that one. That too, I'm pretty sure it's government grant. Because they know how that some companies blow up and they can tax them more. Old people activation plans that essentially will give you money to start business. You don't need to give it back. You can sustain business for a year. I wish we could get a grant to start Microraptor. I mean, I could apply for a business loan to start Microraptor. The problem is getting a business loan is difficult, especially for game dev, because you need to make the game before you see profits, right? So you won't have a profitable business for a couple years. So you need to get a loan from places that typically give loans or funding to game companies. They understand the risk and the time before it will be paid off. The young person, and it is hard for me to get a grant like this, but in case of grandparents, they really push him, like they were hard pushing him, so they just did it for 50K. Well, I mean, those benefits that we have, I agree. I think that the young generations just get kind of fucked over with some of that, right? I agree. Sell crypto. First, I'd have to buy crypto, which means I would lose money. What the fuck's back here? What's this? Oh, it's stuff from Japan. Remember this? I forgot I had this back here in my wallet. I have a gum wrapper and a fortune that I got in Japan. Zero business plan, zero market viability. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. I don't know of any place in the US that's gonna give you that money. Well, I guess some private institutions would, especially if they're like, oh, we only help people who look like X or
we still
Y.
need money.
Anonymous tipped $100.
What? Who did that? Is that real? Who did that? Who tipped $100? No message either? Jesus? Are you Jesus? Jesus just gave me oh my god. Really? Who gave me $100, dude? That's so nice. That's so nice. All the money goes towards Cauldron Chronicles development. That's gonna be really, really amazing. Thank you so much, whoever did that. You don't have to say who you were, but I just want to thank. If you're watching this, thank you so much. That really means a lot because, you know, just getting like an asset pack to help with prototype, or if we need to, you know, contract somebody or get somebody to make some like art or help us with something, it all helps. Whoever did that, thank you so much for $100. That's incredible. I promise I won't spend any of that on alcohol. I won't. I promise. Who did that? Who did it? Is that real? Give me $100. I'm not worth $100. I'm barely worth like $350. Fake $100? No, there's no way it's fake. I hope not. I don't think it is. Who would do that? I'm so flabbergasted. It's real. Anonymous, thank you so much. Really, that means an incredible amount. I have no words. I have no words. Whoever was generous enough to do that, thank you. I know how much, you know, that money can mean to people in different parts of the world, depending on your economic situation. The fact that you would consider supporting us in such an early stage it really means a lot. And I promise I will put it to good use.
Need money.
Anonymous tipped $350. 350 it is.
What? Who's doing this? Who are you? Who are you? I have to stop saying numbers now. I can't say any more numbers. Numbers are banned on this stream. We don't say numbers. Whoever's doing this, I don't know how to thank you. I don't know how to thank you. I wish I knew who it was, only that's probably the reason why it's anonymous, right?
Mr. President,
Aaron TTB, hello.
wake up.
Who's tipping? Whoever's tipped, I assume you're the same person. Thank you for the $450 from Cauldron Chronicles. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be really amazing for us. Yeah, there's a lot that we could do to help make the pitch even better. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know who's watching. Maybe it's my fiance and she's spending all of her money on this. Just because she likes watching Dutch Vanderland yell about money. I don't know. It's not her though. Probably not even awake yet. Whoever it is though, thank you so much for the support for Microraptor Games. I'll make sure that, I assume that your hope is that, you know, we keep pushing this game further, and I'm going to make sure to repay that back with, just by doing my best. Do my best. Well, not me, I'm sadly broke working on my game, but I can give you a viewer. I appreciate that too. I appreciate all my viewers, all my, my lurkers. Those are amazing. I have never, I don't think I've been as happy working on a game as I am now. Happy for you, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I can actually just share it. I don't have to be ashamed of it. I don't have to prove anything to anybody. I can just work, I can challenge myself. And I'm gonna make the best damn pitch that I can. That's what we're gonna do. Renee Hard, what's up? I love that rave emote. It's so wonderful. Gives me hope that my game might go somewhere too. If anybody's game goes somewhere and I can make enough money to stabilize my life and, you know, my fiance and whatever team I'm working with, I'm gonna absolutely be giving back this cash to people. I think you did. The problem is I haven't played your demo yet, and I feel really bad. We need to do that. If you have a bad memory, I don't know what that says about me, because mine's even worse. What was I doing before somebody got really generous? I have a feeling of euphoria now. Oh yeah, we were resizing the panel here, so I could put a little barter panel beneath. Man, I don't even know what we want it to look like. I'm thinking you select. We want to keep it simple, right? So you let's assume that the other two elements are there. So you're gonna select a potion. It's gonna show up in this box. It's kind of big, but it does not need to be this big. Or like that. Oh, I updated by the way. There's the new mob and rage attacks now. Is it through the same link on itch? Because I do want to download it and play it on stream. And I feel really bad. I've been waiting for you to come back because I'm like, shit, I forgot to play his game. I said I would do it, but I want to do it when you're watching. So before today, before the end of the day today, before you have to leave, just say like 10 minutes. I have 10 more minutes. If we can do it now, that'd be great, and we'll do it now. Game dev done for the day. Yeah. I don't know who donated money. My parents are dead asleep, so it can't be them. But whoever it was, I owe you more than a beer if you ever reveal yourself. Potion. I think we'll just do it like a slider, or maybe an input box. Maybe like an input box with a... Now we'll just start with an input box. This will be fine. Icon, input box, easy. Play my shitty itch.io game too sometime. I'll play any games that you guys want to send me. Yeah, whoever donated, you guys are incredible. Just watch out for viruses. No, I like viruses. Viruses are good. It's something I don't expect, right? It's surprise mechanics. It's like a loot box. Which one am I gonna get today? What's the percentage chance that I download the Trojan? Okay, so we're gonna do this. You add, and then there's a button to like confirm. Input box. Confirm. That's a really big confirm. But it works. Potion. Kind of enough. Okay, so that'll be there, and then below it, it's gonna, when you press confirm, it's gonna take it out of your list. So it's gonna remove it from your inventory and put it into a boxy boy down here. Maybe make it into like a horizontal scroller or something, I don't know. And that's gonna have a potion icon as well. With the amount in money that you're... Oh, my music stopped. Try this one. This is gonna be a little loud, isn't it? Sounds pretty good. I'm gonna put my scratch game. Okay. Oh shit. think we'll put the... We'll do a little gold icon. I don't really... You know, we'll just make a... Just a dumb icon. Whatever. You guys get it. Gold icon down there, and then the amount. Number. Looks big now. It's not gonna be that big. And then that will just be a box we fill with widgets. And then maybe to the right of that. Some like accept trade. Oopsie. I guess offer would be the better option, right? We just need to mock it up. It needs to be done quickly, first iteration. Where, you know, I will just hard code some of the maximum or minimum amount of money that the NPC is looking for, and if there's something that doesn't meet that expectation, we can just, I don't know, flash the widget or something. That at least will get us to a point where we can offer the potions, see if the individual's willing to pay that much, and start to get this system moving forward and the gameplay loop actually looping, right? Because right now it doesn't loop because we don't have that third aspect to the game yet. You're saying you need me? Yeah, because we wanted to talk about putting in animals to the scene. You know, at least right now, just passive animals that get scared of the player and run away. Just to add some more life to the scene. And we do have an animal pack. Scorpions. That'd be pretty cool. Oh wait, we did see those, did we add them to our wish list, those? Let me see. Yeah, like the Monsters Desert pack. These are animated. And this guy makes other ones too. They're a little pricey though. I know we did just get money. I don't want to not ever spend it, but for prototype, it's a little bit. Yeah, same. It's kind of the same thing I'm thinking, is to get help. What's that part, Tosh? Try to learn master scheme that background animals working with little performance cost. Oh, it's just so that you can have multiple AI entities in the background, and there's some way to make them run really efficiently, I think is what he's talking about. Like, these would be great. These certainly fit the vibe that we're going for with the game. But $80 is a lot to drop on animals we probably would replace in the final game. If they were on sale, if these were like 50% off, I would consider getting them both. Maybe there's something on their like website. Uriyun. Design, development, distribute. Yeah, same price here. These are nice though, these are really good quality. The mass entity, yeah. Yeah, like, you know, we have just this, this free pack of animals. Where are they? Look, we have this animal variety pack, and I think that this would work fine. They're not stylized, but we would just tell publishers, okay, these will be stylized animals. This was free. This was a free pack. Save some money. And these are rigged, animated, so good stuff. Binder to move. Just to make you angry, watch, I will stand completely still. So those animals should just walk around and run from player. I think at least for the start, it would be nice to have the deer, the fox, for now the deer and the fox, and they will just roam around, and if the player gets too close, they will run away. That's it. Just for now, that'll be a good start. Once we have like potion combat, we can add maybe like the wolf as something that can actually attack back. How many of them? It's a pretty small level. I don't know. Maybe 4 to 5 total. Like of each. Or let's just put it this way. I think 5 max of deer and of... Yeah, we don't. I mean, there won't be that many. Oh, look. Oopsies. That's fine. I'm going to disable lighting and shadows in my game until performance in the engine is better. That might be a good idea. That's kind of a shame though that the lighting and shadow performance is really tanking the engine. I wish that that weren't the case. I keep losing my train of thought. What was I doing? Oh yeah, okay. We have this. Potion icon, input box, confirm, adds it to this list. And if it's on this list, I'm gonna replace we're gonna have a little X that you can like remove it from here. so you can send it back to your inventory. So I'm also gonna put a total here, so it'd be like offer. I know I've seen people build vastly big maps than I have but mine chugs. Maybe there's just like one weird setting or something in your map. I wish I knew more about the engine. Maybe I could help, but even then I'm not. I'm very incompetent with like lighting. I think this looks good. Let's start with this. I'm gonna make this one widget, like the barter widget, and this is gonna be on here, but just invisible when the player opens up the regular inventory, invisible when the player is bartering. Yeah, I think that would work. First, content, alchemy, why? Really not going to be much of a bartering system, especially not compared to some of the ideas I've had. I'd like to make an RPG game before I die, which hopefully won't be soon, but I'd like to make a barter system that really dives deep into actual bartering and world locational economics. Too many dynamic light sources. Well, in truth, it uses 3.2 Godot's lighting and shadows, but 4.2 is a new render. Oh. I'd also like to make... Okay, so... The barter system as I see it, and this would be a core central feature of the game, right? So it wouldn't just be like thrown on top. Would be that an item is actually real in the game, right? So you pick up like a magical sword, or you just pick up a sword that looks fancy, you don't know what the fuck it does. It's not like you're gonna see that it does anything unless it's giving off some magical effects, then you're like, okay, it's magical. You don't know. It doesn't say unidentified. It doesn't say that you need to go take it to an identifier or whatever. It's just, it's a sword. Yeah, best you can tell, it's made of steel. You know, you need to go find the people, or you need to have this knowledge yourself to actually, I don't know. That's why it's an idea, and that would have to be, you know, we don't know if it's fun, right? You're absolutely right, though. It's a hypothesis of mine that this is something that could be fun if implemented correctly. You take it to like a blacksmith and he's like, oh, okay, it's quite kind of a fancy sword, but is it magical? Does it do anything? And you're like, I don't fucking know. It's made of steel, it looks like. He's like, yeah, it's made of steel. Okay, I can give you a few gold pieces for it. It's just steel. Maybe the gems are worth something, I don't know. Players would need to be taught, yes, you're absolutely 100% right. It would need tutorialization, right? But the idea is that you find something like in a dungeon or whatever, and you just immersively, you don't know what it does. You don't know if it's good. You can try to upsell it to somebody. You can try to downsell it if you want. You know, you can lie to the vendors essentially and say that it is, but if they know better and they catch you lying, they may not ever sell anything to you again. Yeah, gamifying the process of identification and gamifying actually bartering, right? Where maybe it's just some garnets, right, in the hilt. Maybe they're rubies, maybe they're garnets. Maybe you tell the vendor that, hey, these are rubies. No, they're genuine rubies, and, you know, pass some skill check or whatever. No umbrella. Okay, send me that on Discord, because I'm very curious. I want to make a deep bartering system, and more than that, if you bring a steel sword to a blacksmith who has too many steel swords already, he's probably like, I have no need for this. I already have enough. What am I gonna do with this? Or maybe there's like a war going on and he's like, look, I can melt this down, I can't give you much for it, but if you bring me armor, bring me some good armor, top dollar, because of what's going on here. Plus element to identify on your own, use magical tools to check. Yeah. Yeah, I like the like rub lotion on it, so I can just, yeah, I like that stuff, where it's believable, kind of unconventional ways to test if it's magic, right? My good bad system, if you go down the bad route, prices will go up and you'll get less for selling things. I like that. Yeah, and I think also having like faction and personal feelings, right? So if you do this like a personal quest for this blacksmith, maybe he really likes you, he gives you better prices. If you help out the town, all the vendors in town might like you. If you hurt the town in some way, they're not gonna like you. You can, you can also just do like with Mountain Blade, right? So you can buy cheap items in one location that produces it, take them to another. You can be a vendor. You can actually role play in that game. It's an actual RPG, right? As opposed to just, hey, we have progression systems, so let's call it an RPG. Can you just keep track of how much X item the shop has? Yeah, I mean, you absolutely could, like, from a data standpoint, you could absolutely handle it. It's just how many different factors do you want to affect this, and how do you control this with the player, and how do you communicate this to the player? But I never liked the effect of, here is a vendor that has 2,000 gold. I'm going to sell them all the junk, even though it doesn't logically make sense. And it works for players' experience, but if you change the type of game and the type of experience the player is expecting, right? Because it has to be communicated. This can't just be thrown into an RPG and you never tell the player that, hey, this is something you have to think about in this game. But if you do it correctly, I think the players will they'll look at the world in a different way, as if it's a living, breathing organism with an economy of its own. And you can't just go to the same vendor and sell them all of your useless materials, because maybe they're overstocked. Depends on the mechanical focus, yeah, 100%. That's why I said this would be like a core mechanic of the game, not just something thrown on top of Skyrim or whatever, right? Although I think Skyrim actually, you can make a case where that game is better for it than other RPGs. But I want to explore, would it be fun to not know when you pick up a magical item, unless it had a very obvious magical effect on you, like it was on fire, right? It was a flame sword or something, and you have to discern that, and you have to discern it, and then you have to take it to the right person who's willing to pay for it, right? You take a magical sword to a general store, they're gonna be like, yeah, it's really cool, but I can't sell this off. The clientele don't come in here for magical swords. But you take it to, I don't know, some place that does barter in these types of items, and they will pay a more respectable value for it. But also, if you take a sword and you try to lie about its magical properties to the store that sells magical items, you're probably going to get caught. Kingdom Come Deliverance did that. It was mostly just annoying. It was just look for pawn shops. I mean, yeah, I haven't really ever seen, I guess like Thieves Guild, like fencing, right? But that's also an option. It's like you might make a little bit less money, but you can sell anything to these people. We'll see. It's a very complex system that requires the input of other systems to really bring out its full potential, right? Like factions and whether or not people like you and shit like that, and a world economy. I don't know. My game, you're gonna be able to destroy any and all towns or cities if you want to be evil. I like that. No umbrellas allowed. I've never heard of no umbrella. When did this come out? No umbrellas allowed. 2021. Uchu. Why does that sound familiar? Maybe not. Yeah, I'm gonna give this a try. Oh, that's interesting. Very Chinese-leaning dystopia story about a pawn shop. Oh. Okay. UI. Barter widget. Beauty. Barter widget. One thing I dislike in RPGs is big, bad things. You're the hero, he does things to stop you, but 99% of the time you see him once and he sits on his butt and waits for you. I have a good example of that recently, Baldur's Gate 3. Pretty much all of the main villains, they like have one appearance and it isn't even that great, and then they just sit there and wait for you until the story tells you you're ready to kill them. You have to identify the item, make producer damage, and price it, maybe sell higher or lower depending on what it is. We'll judge you for your honesty. Yeah, I like that. I would also like a system that rewarded you for being generous in that way, and especially the world was dynamic, right? So if a war broke out, certain items would sell for more or less, and you could take advantage of that to make a lot of money, or you could take advantage. You could, be generous and help increase your standing with a faction or whatever. It's much more leaning into simulation and more like what Mount and Blade does, I would say. I want my game to be, oh, the bad guy sees you in this town and he will come to it, and if he damages the place, you don't know whether the city or the town is safe or not. Yeah, I like the idea of that. It was anxiety inducing for me, and it's kind of like Papers, Please in that respect. Oh, is it? Does it have like a timer? Does it have any time-based elements that would get really annoying? Mainly I was referencing Lazy Fangs, but I was saying to you, I really like your idea of cities and towns not being safe. It's almost like, have you guys seen Avatar: The Last Airbender? You know in like episode 3 when he goes to Kyoshi Village, and it's because he visited there that it got attacked by Zuko. It's exactly what you're saying, Aaron TV, with your presence in the game world is something where, based on where you are, bad things could happen, right? Did Cyberpunk do it? I don't think it's time-based stuff where I have to rush around because of some arbitrary timeline. Yeah, I don't like that either. If you start the DLC, you have 30 minutes real time to finish the first mission. Does it tell you that you have 30 minutes real time? Or not? You don't think the game tells you X person is dead and locks you out? There's no time limit. I was talking with some friends the other day about how games that don't tell you that there's a time limit like that don't communicate to the player, or are contradictory with some quests having it and some quests not. It's really fucked up. Party characters will tell you at points. I'd have to see how it's implemented, because if it's done right, it's fine. If it's not done right, like, I know Mass Effect 3, which I do think is actually a good game, it has good aspects. The questing system was really shit, worse than 2 even. They had some things were time-based, some weren't, and it never communicated it to the player. If you try to play Mass Effect 3 for the first time without a guide or without somebody helping you, you're gonna fuck so many things up because the game doesn't tell you that you're gonna fuck them up, or it doesn't give you any hint, right? Jenny will say, "Hey, remember, you need to go here and save this person." I like there being real stakes to that, but players need to be told. I think players just need to be told, hey, some things have a time limit. I just need to see how it's implemented. Okay. It tells you on missions tag saying have to save. Okay. So I imagine that it does a good job of it, because I didn't hear people complaining about it, right? If people didn't complain about it, it usually means that they handled it properly. So. But the uniform grid panel has row and column. Okay, so this is fine because I'm not going to be... Yeah, we can handle this way. Maybe there shouldn't be a, oh, you have 29.45 seconds to save this person. Could have been worse. They could have given you 10 minutes and the characters say nothing. Yes. And that's what some games do. Like exactly my example of Mass Effect. It doesn't tell you. And they even give you missions that you can't complete until you do part of the main mission. And it doesn't tell you this. So it's really, if you don't play Mass Effect 3 with a guide, at least a very rough guide saying, when you get this quest you can't do it yet, it's okay. Or this one is timed, make sure you do it the moment you get it. It's really unenjoyable. And at least with Mass Effect 2 where you had the suicide mission at the end, and people start to die if you don't do it immediately, it makes narrative sense. The problem I still have with that is that it just doesn't... There's nothing in the game that really tells you that that's going to happen. And none of the missions up until that point, or even in Mass Effect 1, work that way. Killed everyone but 2 people at the end of Mass Effect 2. The arc got melted. Shit. That's brutal. Alright, let me put a border in here. This is going to be column 1. I'm going to try to, like, center this, maybe. I have to see. I might just place, you know what, I might just place this by hand. I've heard Helldivers is really fun, by the way. Anybody played that yet? I saw a little bit of gameplay and it looked like a pretty enjoyable shooter. Heard there were server problems though. Very fun but buggy, yeah. I heard it's more fun too with friends, and it's not very enjoyable alone. That DLC mission where all your teammates from all the games were in the pick had like 5 people in it. Oh, with Citadel DLC in Mass Effect 3, which is a really, really good DLC. Alone it loses half the mechanics. It's a friend game. I hate that they have progress via Battle Pass. And it's a paid Battle Pass, it's not like Deep Rock Galactic. That is part of the Citadel DLC in Mass Effect 3. First you have the Evil Shepherd stuff, and then the party is after that one. Is after it. Wow, thanks for all the great images. You get this picture. What a great trilogy, though. Do you want to know how the hell they're doing Mass Effect 4? I think it takes place at least a couple hundred years after Shepard, in my opinion. It has to, because that's the only way that Liara is still alive. But Shepard won't be. They'll probably just do a new protagonist or something, maybe like Shepard's kid or whatever. Or just somebody else completely. You have to complete a battle pass to get any grade. There's a free one, but it is crap. Oh shit. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. Remember to say 6 months after 3? So Shepard would still be alive? What I'm wondering is, can you import your save game? And will it have a big impact on how the... I imagine that only... Your choices are only going to affect how Liara remembers your Shepard. And... Yeah, but no, it's like, because was the genophage cured? It's like some of the big events absolutely are going to change the way that the Milky Way looks and feels. The Jamaican Prothean? I didn't like Javik. He was kind of an ass. I always played a good character, so Javik was just like, okay, bro, can you tone down the edge for a few minutes here? Where should I kind of... We need image, input box, and a button. That's going to be a horizontal box, vertical box, image. Where's input? Editable text, button. Order, size to content. What size did I make the oceans? Oh, I want this to be the same size. 128. I love the guy, he didn't give a shit. That is amazing. Weeb alien. More so when he was drunk. Oh, hail Lord Javik. The Citadel DLC is probably one of the best. I think it's one of my most memorable DLCs I've ever played. The way that it's beautiful fan service, but well-written fan service, and just lets every single character shine in their own way. It's something that I would definitely think lesser of the game had it not been included. And it's something that I think was heavily missing from like Baldur's Gate 3, which ironically Baldur's Gate 3 takes a lot of inspiration from Mass Effect and BioWare in general. The game is longer, than playing the Mass Effect trilogy, and yet I think you don't feel much attachment to your characters in Baldur's Gate 3 compared to the attachment that you feel in Mass Effect. I'd say. I just hope they recon the. What do you mean about the endings for 3? T. Barter value. 3 to me is slow, boring, finding the stories. I agree. I feel like I'm you know, I feel like I'm going up against a mountain with Baldur's Gate 3 and trying to talk about how the story just actually isn't that great. It's a very beautiful looking game. The voice acting is stellar. The combat system is a pretty good implementation of D&D 5e combat. And I think some elements of the story are very enjoyable. But the overall story of Baldur's Gate 3 is actually just really low quality compared to other RPGs. And the game doesn't offer the agency that it says it does. It's a very linear game actually to a certain extent. B confirm. I still enjoy the game. But I think the story honestly is just kind of like a 6 out of 10. Zelda from a functional standpoint is way better. Yeah. But I mean, it's kind of a different game too. I would personally compare Baldur's Gate to more like other CRPGs. And I think other CRPGs are to some extent better. You notice no other company's done with what Nintendo did with Zelda. I think Hoyoverse kind of does. I do think Genshin is probably one of the closest modern examples we have to some of the Zelda gameplay, like the Breath of the Wild gameplay, right? I want this to be a certain size. I'm going to wrap this with a size box. I think a Square Enix would say here, Final Fantasy VII, you can go to the final boss at level 1 and beat the game in 10 minutes. That's true. I think From Software is really good with that too, where there's just so much freedom to the way that you play From Software games, especially Elden Ring, right? Which I do think Elden Ring is probably one of their best Souls-like games, hands down. It's really, I think it's actually one of their easiest as well, but I also think it's one of their best. It's certainly that I think it has the broadest appeal out of, appeal, not the right word, broadest, but it is kind of, it's broadest appeal in its ease of play and ease of understanding. Elden Ring is great. It's my first Dark Souls game I beat and it was fucking hard. Their other ones are quite a bit more difficult, especially like Demon Souls is a whole different ball game. I want to do it that way, or I'll justify the text in the center. Padding left and right, I'll do 50. Sekiro is really good. I like Sekiro from a functional standpoint, but it's not a game that I would prefer to play. Sword of Zelda, yeah. And I like too just how Elden Ring, I think because Elden Ring is a little bit easier and it doesn't require that you min max, right? The game is very mechanical in nature. If you know how to beat the mechanics of Elden Ring, you can beat it with any build. And I think that that is the proper way to build a game like that, where you reward skill. The game becomes easier based on the player's knowledge and their stats, but you don't need the stats, you just need the knowledge. And so really there's any build in Elden Ring will work to beat the game. You can use any build, any weapon, any armor. Here's a free game idea mechanic for you. Okay. I will promise to steal it. Confirm, let's see. Oh, there we go. A Metroid Fusion with just the Dark Souls Invader mechanic in it. That could be interesting. I need to wrap this with a border, actually. Too much. Font. Does it have like a tint on it? That's probably because it's the hint text. Tint padding. Check him out. Holy shit! I just read Metroidvania setting. I thought I saw Metroid vagina setting. Gotta be careful with that one. I can put it at dead cells where people can invade your game and try to stop you beating the game. Which is the bane of my life. Good luck, sir. These took me nearly 12 months to fully understand. Yeah. I would say combined, yeah. I do like the versatility of widgets, but man, some things just get annoying, right? Oh yeah, I didn't really put this in here yet, did I? I gotta fix that layout. plank, 30-second plank? Okay, let me do a 30-second plank, okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Your fiance will thank me later. It'll be even longer to create a widget swapper and get fully working in game to swap between inventory and crafting. Oh man, dude. Between inventory and crafting, those are two pretty complex widgets, that's for sure. Can't believe you've only been working on this game for just over a month and I've been at mine for 2 years. I'm about 80% done with the Region 1 player, yeah. Yeah, but... I mean, the difference in engine and difference in, I would say, like, what you consider done, because this is just a prototype, right? So this is technically all going to be scrapped and used as a basis to build the final game with, but which I try not, I have to remind myself because I don't want to spend too much time on it, but at the same time I hate reminding myself that all of this technically, poof. Don't worry, I've been working on it for nearly 5 years. Oh my god, about 80% done. Wow. Literally building all the models, textures, and interaction. Yeah, you are. You are doing a lot more work than I am. Let's put it that way. Where's the barter? Yeah, throw it on here. Be big. I don't like that necessarily, but it's fine. I don't like it, but it's fine. I like it, fine. Just a prototype. Your idea is very good, Aaron. It really is. I feel like most of my prototype will be in production. There just isn't a neater way to make the mechanics. I mean, you have to prototype constantly throughout production, right? But the prototyping phase, like early prototyping to get to first playable is different than I think prototyping new mechanics or iterations and changes that you want to make. Big, but the fear is I can't finish it or I can't do it alone. It's possible, but the more that you do yourself, you could get funding to help with that, right? I don't know, my first game is open world, apocalyptic survival. Really regret going so large, yeah. If you aren't prepared to go, it depends, right? Because Cauldron Chronicles here is very ambitious of a game. It's not something I can make myself, 100% no. But the goal isn't to make it myself. The goal is just to work on a prototype and use that to obtain funding to build a larger game with a team. Scale down, you could scale down. Yeah, looking for a job, I definitely understand that. We want to hide the dialogue widget while bartering is open. Potion inventory. do grab if the player is bartering or not. Yeah, it is a lot to do solo. I mean, are you planning, DXDC, are you planning to, like, work with a larger team and get some funding at some point? The good thing is if you're in Unreal and your game is looking really good so far, you can ask for money from Epic Mega Grants. Bartering. Closed. It's self-funding. I've been trying to stay away from funding. I feel like it would give me extra pressure to deliver faster. It depends on what funding you get. So, depending on how much you ask from Epic Mega Grants, and I've heard that if your game is in a pretty decent state, you can ask for about $5,000 to $10,000. You don't have to pay it back. They are essentially considering it lost money. They don't require you to get the game finished. This is what I've heard. So if you just need a little bit of help to get it to that stage, or to hire somebody to do something that you can't do, maybe like sounds or music or whatever, buy some assets, get some licenses, it's worth checking out. I show my game everyone who sees ask me for a new demo version every day. I have 5 people ask me today alone. That's a good thing. People are asking you for your demo, that's a good thing. It means people want to play it. At least that's going to prevent me from... get some data validation in there. And I want to hide this while the player is in bartering too. Barter. What widget? It's good, yes, but I dev when I'm in the mood too. I don't want to say, oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think more importantly, and you've hit the nail right on the head, is that the worst thing you can do for your game and for yourself would be to force yourself to work when you don't want to. I know it sounds kind of shitty to say, or it could be used as an excuse. But if you're really passionate about what you do, you will want to work on it. But if you force yourself to work on something that when you just really can't, eventually that could lead to being burnt out. I agree it's not necessarily, it depends. I'm not saying that you need to that you can force yourself to work on something you don't want to work on, like if you hate some aspect of it. That's not what I mean necessarily. It means if you're pushing yourself constantly to like have inspiration or make progress when you just aren't feeling great about it, you won't like the work, and you won't do your best work if you're not happy about what you're doing. a lot of games feel soulless nowadays because in a lot of cases you have developers working on it who don't feel any passion towards what they're making. Passionate about making a game, but I lost steam on this one. I'm plotting long because I need to finish. I want to finish. I mean, I get that, right? But inspiration and motivation are magical things that don't spontaneously happen. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying, right? Discipline is the worker, 100% agree. All my systems work. I have base building, crafting, weapons, explosives, workbenches, vehicles, farming, looting, zombies, equipment, trader quests. All I really have left is city building and cleaning up my UI. Not really sure what Funny would help me with at the moment. I could package my game today and it is playable, but I guess it's my own pickiness that keeps me building. I would love to see what you have so far. I don't know if you share it, but it'd be really cool to check it out. Weird demo. The thing I won't say is when people ask, will your game be done by the end of this year? Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Inventory, ordering true. Get. See. Oopsies. I just want to be like Star Citizen. So true. I mean, I have a lot of friends who say Star Citizen is really great, but it's like... But has it been worth it? Do you really want to be a developer on Star Citizen where you spend most of your development life working on a game that on one game that may be outclassed in certain ways by other games that take a fraction of the time and budget? I've heard, yeah, it's amazing. I've heard that it's amazing when it works. I just don't know. I'm not sure if it's worth it. It's not for me to judge. That's an individual thing, right? But their server meshing, if it works the way it should, will literally change multiplayer games forever. But will other companies be able to implement this technology, or will it only be for Star Citizen? I'm cleaning my UI up by the end of January and start recording some sort of gameplay trailer. Once I've got it working, I'll be happy to send you the links. Awesome. Don't tell me about the media part of developing. That's just as much work trying to figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I'm a really slow editor. I'm also really hesitant to show any of this and act high and mighty about it because it is just a prototype. And I want to preface it with that because I don't want to falsely market what this is. So I'm gonna say it so many times until people are tired of hearing it. This is a prototype. It is representative of the final game, but everything in here is temporary. And when we make see, this is called Cauldron Proto. When we make Cauldron Chronicles, we will make a completely new project and build everything from the ground up with proper code architecture and assets. It's like everything once a game's out does from other companies, will find out how they work. That's true. My game is a live version of my game. It's a demo. I'm not starting from zero again. Yeah. I mean, I think that's how most indie games are developed, and If your game is small enough, that's an okay way to do it. Although in pretty much every case, but not all of them, I still think that the idea of test the idea out as quickly as possible. Do it in a dirty way, fake it, mock it up, just to test if it's fun, and then use a new project to actually build it properly, using the knowledge you've learned and with the new pipelines that you have, right? To me, your Chronicles, I automatically think of Chronicles of Valyria. Well, that's actually part of it. So I was trying to look for the words that captured what the game idea is. And I think that's... I am trying to lean a little bit into capturing some of the fans of JRPGs. But it is still, I would say, not an RPG. It is more casual and leaning into narrative elements. But I don't want it to sound like this is Alchemy Simulator, right? Because I don't view the game like that. I view that it is a game with a journey, with a destination, with other elements to its gameplay in mind. So I try to lean away from using the word simulator. At least you have about 20 areas, not including the map, states, battle. It's crazy. All you have is this map, which isn't that great. You love the Chronicles tag, but that tag reminds me way too much of Xenoblade Chronicles. Chronicles is certainly a word that elicits quite a few games in mind. Cauldron, I'm not sure though. I don't think there's any games that utilize the word Cauldron too much, which is a good thing. Where is my barter widget? I'll add in the data validation macro in a sec. We need the other widgets. We need a list, horizontal list. I'm gonna have to make this widget separately. Barter potion widget or something. UBP barter potion widget. Can I post a link to show you the new UI I'm working on? 100%. 100%. If we're not showing off the things we're making, why are we making them? Why aren't we showing them off? Usually it's because we're scared that people won't like what they see. Try to go for a retro but Game Boy look. I like it. Yeah, I like it. Maybe put some spacing between these. Just a few pixels of spacing. And I don't know if you have one highlighted here, but just wait to know which one you've selected. Unless this is just mocked up, but you know, it's kind of... Hot Girlfriend Beach Adventure. Is this okay to show on Twitch? If I click on that, is it going to be okay to show? Perfectly safe for work, okay. Protecting your hot girlfriend from a variety of dangers you typically see at a beach. Oh my god. I like the puffer fish. I like the puffer fish. They're fucking cute. It's hard to do an intro because the interactables are under the UI, like buttons and stuff. The thing you're seeing are images. Interactables are under the UI. Oh. That's really weird. I think I get what you mean, but that's really weird for the engine. We have to take like... We have to take one day and just play a whole bunch of games that you guys want me to play, that you guys are making. What are these tongs with animal paws? That's ridiculous, Lazy Fangs. I'm proud of the writing in the game. We'll have to play that the same. I need some adult medicine. Ibuprofen. Feeling a little sick today, I don't know why. The weather's been really shit. I don't know if, because you're up in Gdańsk, right, Lazy Fangs? Here in Krakow, the weather's just been so shit. Like the past 2 weeks. It's like 3 to 4 widgets since I can't make overlays and bend them into the widgets. Whoa. Okay, without lighting and shadows in day and night, my village map is running at 45-50 FPS. That still seems a bit low though for what it is. Maybe there's something with the way that the voxels are being rendered. What do you get with lighting and shadows on? Don't tell me to move. This isn't my account. This isn't the Microraptor Games itch account. Damn it. I will have to add... I'm gonna have to add all of your... I'm gonna have to follow all of your itch accounts on the Microraptor account. This isn't the right account. I don't know why I'm on this one. Wait, can I log in with like Google? Maybe I can. Log in with GitHub. I don't know if we... Okay, I'm gonna have to figure that out. No, mine is pretty much dead. I posted 2. We have no games on itch. I don't know if I want to put any, I don't know how I want to distribute things for Cauldron Chronicles. Maybe itch is a good way to do it. Maybe it is a good way to do it. Or map, which is the size, the max size of the map, runs at 14 FPS. Oh, yeah, that's not very much. Just kind of, yeah, it's what I'm thinking. I know that people are putting their games on itch, and the thing is, itch I don't think is used by gamers that much. Yeah, right. There's no discoverability. The only way people are going to see your game on itch is if you lead them to itch, which to some extent is no different than if you led them to a Google Drive, right? It's nice that you have the page, but I don't think it's a good way to convert people necessarily. It's just a hosting page for ideas. Modders and developers use itch mostly. Great thing about it is if you start it on itch and then you get your game on Steam, you can give all your users a free Steam key. That is nice. That is nice, being able to connect them up to Steam. That's a good point. I need more music. Wow, wow, wow. All these are like 1 hour long. I need hours long. Do. Love it. What am I doing here? Vertical box, horizontal box. Image, text box. Vertical box. Horizontal box. Image. Text box. It looks weird. Wait, it's a border. What a border. Image. Okay. 128. 128. Plastic content. The issue with the engine is no matter what the cam sees, it literally renders everything in the map. It culls nothing, even the stuff under the ocean. Yeah, that sounds like it's kind of the core of the issue. Only now I'm realizing just how much of a game is graphics and eye candy such as animations and VFX. Yeah, this project, like my project, is super educational. Cauldron Chronicles. Oh, yours. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, what VFX, what animations, what our blue dick boy. Oh wow, look. Oh my god, look at him, look at the little tippy toes. Ooh. Okay. There's educational in the sense that I have no idea what Unreal is. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That is fair. Image. Gold. I really hope I'm not getting sick. I have a whole week ahead of me of development, and I don't want to be sick while developing. But I feel like I'm a little sick. Ocean Valley. I want to center this. That's not a variable. This is a variable. My UI looks like without the overlay. Oh. I see. Player Nam. I was in Vietnam. That's pretty cool how that works. I know it's player name, by the way. I do know this. I am almost as stupid as I look, but not nearly that stupid. If this is, well, we'll put data validation in the price, so I don't need to limit the size of this. We need with the barter widget. Let's see. Press Alt to move the widget. I don't know what that does. Ah! I don't want that. Nope, go back. Hold on. Hey, can we not do this? And that was my fault. That was my fault. I was curious, it says press Alt to move the widget out of the current parent, so I was like, okay, I've never done this before, let me try pressing Alt. That's not what I wanted to have happen, so. I managed to make some lore books. What's up, BRB meeting? You, meetings? Gross. I was talking with somebody, okay, so I was ranting about Baldur's Gate 3, right? And I understand this puts me in hot water, because you can't, how do you go up against a game that has, what is it right now? %96% positive. But the lore books and the lore in general, the way it's delivered in Baldur's Gate 3, it's really bad. Like, the books you pick up have nothing. Never compare your games to others. It's just like the lore books. You pick up a book in Baldur's Gate 3, you read it, and it's like 2 sentences about how, oh, this book talks about this. Great. How about you just write some of it? Like even in like Elder Scrolls, like we're listening to music from that now, and you know the books actually have lore to them. They actually say something. They go into detail, or they're poems or stories. And you don't get any of that in Baldur's Gate 3. The way that you discover lore about the game is really kind of boring. And there's so much lore to the Forgotten Realms, like, right? There's so much history, but you're just expected to either know it or not care about it. There's never information about, oh, this is my race of people, and this is where we come from, and this is the city that I come from, this is what it looks like, and these are things in this city. There's not much opportunity to actually engage with that. My lore books are going to be about the history of X area, of what happened in the past to shape why this. Yeah, and see, that's what I like, and I think that's what a good lore book should go into. I was hoping that Baldur's Gate 3 would have that, but it doesn't. What do I want this to look like? So it's just gonna be a border with a size box, and then inside the size box, a list. And it's gonna be a horizontal, or a scroll. I'm sorry, a scroll box. Okay, hear noises. You guys hear that? Destruction. I think game devs need to follow is the one creed. A rushed game is forever bad. A game that takes its time is inherently good. Yeah, rushing through anything is artistic is generally bad. So where's my size box? And scroll box. And I'm gonna throw a couple of these widgets in here, these barter potion widgets. Okay, first off, scroll bar is going to be horizontal. I don't think I can put padding on the children. I guess I could put padding on the children, but I have to do it when I add them to the list. So I'm not going to put it on the individual widgets, I'm going to put it on... Like, I'm not going to put it on the widget blueprint, I'm going to put it on the widgets themselves when I spawn them into the box. If I have Zelda or X game on one is delayed, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind if a game... I do mind if a game gets delayed over and over and over again, especially a big one, because I am the type of person that will take time. If I was like working a job, I would take time off of my work to play the next big game. I know it's kind of like, I guess, cringe, but when the next Elder Scrolls comes out, if I was at a normal job, I'm fucking taking off to play Elder Scrolls. I mean, if we're working on Cauldron Chronicles, I'm taking time off Cauldron Chronicles to work. There's no doubt about it. So if it gets delayed, you know, if they say it's coming out this day, it's like, okay, great, I can schedule my time around this. And if it gets delayed like a few months before it's supposed to come out, it's like, okay, well, I have enough time to move it. But if it's like 2 weeks before it's supposed to come out and they delay it, it can just ruin so many schedules. And I don't like that. Especially if they do it time and time and time again. Not a fan. Okay, burner potion list. Not. Size box with override. I think maybe I will make it like 500. That is not 500. That is 5,000. That is one too many zeros. Do that. $200. Just needs to be. It could literally just be a button. I don't even need to put a border around it, to be honest. Just delete that then. B offer text. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make the. I'm gonna do a size box on this too. The reason is I can make it a little bit bigger. And that way if this number changes, I don't have to... It's not gonna like resize the button and look all weird. I try to avoid element resizes where possible. Because I don't think that they look very good. Let's see. Oh, I actually moved it out of the size box. Let's see. Okay, player clicks a potion, or clicks the button, the little, gold icon. It's going to send it down to this widget. It's going to fill out, it's just going to put the icon down here, and the player puts in an amount, max of like $9.99, and presses confirm, adds it to this list with the icon and the gold amount, and then you offer these up. It's going to be a very basic implementation of the system that I want in the final game. It's going to be something that I have to show a publisher and then explain more how it's going to work, but at least this will be the minimum viable. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna send the potion information on to each of these as well, so that when we offer it, the NPC can go through each of them and say, okay, I needed this potion, it fits my requirements, or it's, it fits them, but it's off in this way or off in this way. And then we can just determine how much they're willing to pay based on that. So, for instance, what we have right now is weird. So, when you talk to them, they say, okay, nice sweet taste, replenishes mana, fortifies health. Let's say you give them one with regenerate mana, fortify health. It's sweet, but it has like a negative effect, like damage health. That's gonna lower the price they're willing to pay. And so what you barter with them, and maybe you say, okay, I'll sell this for 20 gold. They'll be like, we'll just, I guess, flash somewhere, or we'll have like a pop-up or whatever, tells the player, NPC wasn't interested in this potion for this reason, or isn't willing to pay that much for this potion for this reason. So you can try to re-offer it at a different price, or just make a new potion, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna be really simple, but it's a start. Oh, weird. Let me adjust that real quick. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. Introvert. Rest. Okay. All right. So let's see. Need a function. Let's at least start with the function to get the ocean in here. At least a variable for like current bartered ocean. And when the player clicks on the barter, the B add to barter. Let's see. Get barter widget. And we will make a new function. Set up potion for barter. Get potion icon. So we're gonna get the current barter potion. Break. Set brush from texture. Set text to none. Okay, that's a good start. Here, get potion data. Set current barter potion. Oh, we'll need a cancel button as well. I didn't think about that. Unreleased. Move from parent. We want to remove this. Oh, let me set up the cancel button first. Wrap with a horizontal box. Duplicate. Padding on the right. Cancel. Let's make this a like greener color then. A nice annoying green color. with black text. It looks kind of bad, but whatever. We don't need it to look good, we just need it to be decent. I have to call the right functions here. I have to call the right functions. I think we need to remove it from the inventory. Because this is called, it's going to clear children. And it gets the player's inventory. And if we put something into the barter, we're not changing the player's inventory. But we should. Because that way we update the list. Yeah. Oh, this turned out to be a better patch than I thought. What'd you do? Where is it? Oh wait, yeah, it's here, okay. Okay, so when the player clicks on the potion inventory item, add to barter, we need to get the potion data. We need to remove it from the player's inventory. So we need to get game instance as to GI. Inventory, get player inventory, break. This is a really bad way to do it, but we will let any programmers yell at me for this one. No, I need to put this in function. Remove potion. This is really, really bad, but don't tell anyone. Ocean inventory. Remove item. Return node. Set a potion for barter. Move potion from inventory. This should remove it from the player's inventory, so if we need to update the list, we can. We can. It's really not the safest way to do things. But as long as we achieve the effect that we're looking for, I think it'll be okay. Yeah. Yeah. And we test this out. I'll get my edge page in a minute with the patch notes and stuff for uploading. Cool, cool. But it definitely is removing it from the inventory. I'll tell you that. It is 100% removing it from the inventory. The thing is, we needed to just need to check if it's valid. We don't want the player to be able to put in another one until that one is gone. We'll do like a widget. B is do boolean B is potion being bartered. Set true. I don't like how it's being done, but it is what it is. And so if the player it is potion be bartered bench I'm back. I'm being called in for my tech problems. What are we working on? Steal the bartering. Trying to get functionality set up one little bit at a time. Break. Yeah, I don't know. I feel a little sick. I felt a little bit this morning, but sit-ups. Sweat the sick away. Yeah, sit-ups are always good. Oh wait, Jared. He likes you. Good. Two. 3. 4. I should take I gotta take sit-ups off of it. Yeah. I don't have anything to hold my feet. It's nothing. Nothing. Don't worry about it. I don't have anything to hold my feet. I need like a weight or something. Get a chair set. Yeah, but then when I sit up, I don't have anything holding my feet down to do the sit-up with. Who knows? Me bird. Okay, so when the player either presses confirm on the barter widget, I have so many things open that I don't need open. For now, it'll just be cancel. Their muscles to hold the feet down. And the legs. Well, I'm bending the legs, but I'll fall back. I'm too top heavy. I've downloaded it. I want to get into making my own beer. I think that would be a good thing. At least. Add potion back to inventory. Let me do it this way. Let me do it through this, rather than the event graph. Cauldron Chronicles potions. I've been okay. So what I will do is Mid Raptor beer. Yeah, if it's really shit, that's what we will call it. Maybe we'll take some we'll make some like potion cocktails. That could be kind of fun. I'll just like break glow sticks for the lighting effect. Aren't those technically, wait, are glow sticks toxic? The ingredients in glow sticks are generally non-toxic, so it may cause an upset stomach and some mouth irritation. Okay, so what you're saying is technically I can make cocktails with glow stick chemicals and drink it and be fine. Okay, kids, don't drink glow sticks. I'm just memeing. I do not want to hear somebody sue me because I had the idea to put glow stick juice in a new viral trend. Oh, dude, I swear to God. Do not break glow sticks and pour them into your drink. I don't even think that the chemicals would remain glowing once they're mixed with other things. Maybe ChatGPT knows. If I break a glow stick and pour it into other liquid, would it remain glowing? No, breaking a glow stick and pouring its contents into another liquid would not typically maintain the glow. It would dilute the reactants and likely disrupt the reaction. Okay, so no cocktails with glowing effects. Sadly. Well, I mean, what you can do is you can just drink fast. You see my patch notes? No, I didn't see your patch notes. Lore books in the city now should work. I like that. Got to learn Blender, oh shit. We got a main menu key, oh shit. Knowing Blender would solve all my issues. Would it? You still have to texture things. Don't remind me. True. True. Actually, I should refactor. I should change. I should add a B is being added match. True. False. Inventory. Target. Value. Set. I think if you remove all instances of an item from an array, I don't think that removes the index though. You would have to get find. And then do a remove index. Find a way to spawn a new room by using spawn actor on class. I will spawn a new room, but now I realized I need to make like 15 rooms and have it spawn a random room out of the 15. Think about scrapping. I mean, you can make 15 rooms. Cutspear might have an idea too. You can make it what's behind the theme is what's behind the door. You can make it like one of those Japanese sex game shows. Which one's your son? Uh-oh. Don't do that. Being at. I think this will work. I think we can then update the wherever we put that remove potion from inventory. Hit game instance. Update potion inventory. Is being added? No, it is not. Current barter potion. False. you smarts. When I interact with the door, room will spawn behind that door. You use random floats to pick a random extra spawn. How do you want to pick them? Because you can do it in a few different ways. Like if this is data from a data table, you can do it that way. You can get a random array item if you like. You can do, you know, random from floats, like random float and range. If you're spawning rooms though, I don't know if you would, or are you thinking of like giving them weights to spawn? Because I think you and we went over how to handle things with weight, right? Yeah, we did with your those powers. You could predetermine orders too, so you could have like you could have 5 different orders that you handcraft, and then just make it so that each of them will play, and you won't ever see a duplicate until it's all over. So if it's a random mesh, you could store this in like a data table, and then just do a random. You just do random integer and range, so you'll get the number of items in the array. So you know, get number of items, number of like array items or whatever it is, and then just put that into max, and then minimum is 1. Let's say they fail to see a change and walk down the corridor again. It makes a new order. All right, this should make it so if I add a potion to the barter window, well, I need to make 2 potions right now. Test 1. If they don't see a change, they walk forward. If they see a change, they walk the other way. I have no idea how to visualize what you're saying. It's fine as long as Joker can. Okay, we have the 2 potions. This is good. Why did that not send it? This is starting, your idea is like, it's not bad, but this is only a week-long game jam. So just remember that. I forget that, yeah. I don't blame you, I'd be the same way. The item. it's because we're probably looking at top level only. We don't want to be top level only. Be a problem. I don't want to do a longer chat. I'm getting sick of having ideas and thinking, will I have enough time? I mean, the purpose is so that you don't get burnt out trying to make too large of an idea and then you can't make it. It's better to make something simple than to not make anything at all. Okay, that is a start. It is adding it back to the inventory. That should remove it because technically we didn't set it up properly. Okay, so that's a start. Okay. Made this from flowers. I need protein to fight my battles, damn it. True. Let's make a function clear. Ocean image. For now, it'll be really simple. Technically, we just do draw image, draw as. So we get, so we set brush. And just do that. I'm so lost on what you guys are trying to do with this game. But I'm glad you guys are figuring it out. Clear potion image. Do I want to clear the? Yeah, I want to clear the potion barter. Well, yeah, yeah. Add potion back to inventory. Get alchemy weed. With that, I want to get the. Unite dreams. Stellar Bullet Hell roguelike. Just with so many games coming out. You know, widget. I actually don't, I don't mind you guys talking about it here, but I wish I could visualize your idea better. To hopefully help in some way. I assume it's the exit after 7 and before 9. But other than that, no, I do not. You youngins are all from a different generation. Jesus Christ. 5 things? 6 things? That's pretty cool. Jesus Christ. Quite the potion. 38, I'm not young. What is it? Exit 8? Is it a game or is it a movie? TV show? Book? Yes, you guys read books? Exit 8. Oh, okay, I know this game. Yep, I've seen this. Yeah. I saw it. I've never seen it played. Is it kind of like that one near the end of PT where you are endlessly moving through the hallways and you have to go through the hole? Gives off Stanley Parable vibes. There's some banging sound beneath me. It's really fucking annoying. I watched this and wanted to try to go for that type of generation. Well, you can do this with Unreal. It's the actually in the content examples map they do it, and it's with level streaming. That's at least how they handle it in Unreal content examples. And yeah, you just use trigger points to stream in a new level. And you can stream in a copy of the same level, I believe. But yeah, this way of like spawning in other levels is not particularly difficult, especially if you just do it based on flags. But if you want the endless sort of level type of thing, then you would just do level streaming. I don't know if they have a good example of it. We want to start streaming in the patio level here so that by the time the player rounds the corner and begins approaching the patio, the streaming level will be loaded and visible. And they tell you how to do it with blueprints. Just basically just load stream level, unload stream level. Yeah, that's part of the, that's Unreal for you. Is if you don't know what to type in for nodes, you won't know how to find the nodes that you're looking for. And yeah, it should make it so that you can... I wonder if they did that with a spline. Look kind of shoddy, but it works. Endless rooms, UE5, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I have the content let me check if I have the content examples. Yeah, I do. It should be in here. Let me open it real quick. That works, but it didn't set the icon. I don't know why. That was just working. And if you don't yet have the content examples installed for your Unreal version, do it. This is one of the most useful things you can have in Unreal. It's a whole project dedicated to showing you examples of things in game and telling you how to do it. So for each room, do I need to make a new level? Yes. But you could, if you make like a room outline, then you can just duplicate that level each time. Maps. Let's see. Which one would it be? Level streaming. This map shows the process of level streaming, so you can see how it works, yeah. You can see how it's unloading this volume. How would I make this so the level knows where to spawn? Well, let's check it out. I don't know, but we'll check it out. Level streaming volume. Streaming levels. I don't really know. Maybe they say it in the... Oh yeah, you're right, because technically they're all part of the same persistent level. If you open up the fuck, what's it called? The it wouldn't be a world partition, right? It would still be the old levels tab. You can see it here. It doesn't work as in UE4 or something. Yeah, it's right here, this levels tab, which I will just dock here for the moment. You can see the different streaming levels. So you place them in the persistent level, which is like your level daddy. It has all your persistent levels in it. And you would then toggle them on and off. But this should also work to... But this should also work, right, to endlessly spawn levels, right? Or would it not? Would you not be able to use level streaming for that? You don't know? I don't know either. Yeah, it's not mine. It's definitely not my expertise at all either, so... We can't really spawn it on a specific point. There's get streaming level. I don't know if package name is the same as level name. I don't think so. What I'm saying is you can design the hallway as you want, but the doors in the room should line up. And if they go through the red area zone and they get wrong, load up new room, RNG room layout. Yeah, I'm still not visualizing it too well, but I'm really out of it today. I don't know what it is. I'm dead. I'm dead. It probably would be easier, yeah. Where's it be on the level? It just has to, when RGs get them to move into the position. Yeah, you could do that. I think making the room static meshes too and then just spawning them from a data table could work as well. Yeah, you could do level instances. Yeah. I think there's multiple ways to solve this. Okay, ocean. Get to barter. Ocean being bartered is not default true. Well, it depends, because I think that at a certain point that might be... Here's the thing, though. Because if you do store them all static mesh, it's very easy to add more rooms, and then you can just get an offset from your door and just spawn you'll always know where to spawn the new room. So you could technically make it that way, and then door closes behind you, old room, mesh is just gone, and that way you only ever have maximum of 2 rooms spawned. Right up until the point where you unload the old one. Because then if you add a new room, you know, to do with the other way of having them all loaded, you're always going to have them loaded. It's just taking up a bunch of memory and then teleporting them to position. It's kind of a... It's a really dirty way to do it that I don't know if it would be easier. Potion for bartered. Earn bartered potion. Awakens. I don't know why that didn't work. Yeah, it does have that. Set brush. Where's my image? Where's my image at? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Hold on. Although I don't know if it's gonna like this much. You're gonna go soon? Okay. Okay. I promised I would try your game. I'm gonna go soon too anyway. I have to hit up the store and I'm feeling... I just need to lay down today. I don't know what it is. Take a hot bath or something. No, I just wanna get this one bug fixed, and then I'll feel okay about pulling out. Cancel order widget. Just here, this should solve the problem. Because we're going to be back tomorrow with more of this, so... I feel pretty confident, too, that tomorrow, if I'm feeling okay, that we'll handle this. Yeah. That's all I needed. Just going back and forth, that's all. And technically it takes it from your inventory and then adds it back each time, so... That's good. Then ideally you put in an amount, you press confirm, it goes down here with the number. Offer updates, and then when you press offer, we do some testing to see if it's accepted or not. And if not, you can continue to mess with it, or you can put them all back, or just close this and it should move everything from here to back to your inventory if you just close it. Yeah. All right, let me test out your thing. It's good to know if it'll work on the other people's computers too, right? So. Close that. Close. Well, I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean it. You never know. You never know what can happen, right? Because you always forget, like, or were there dependencies that I downloaded that I needed or something, or whatever. There's no music? Okay, so keep the Elder Scrolls music on. That's what you're saying? Don't make the game window bigger than your screen res. Okay, also, yeah. Get any... Give me any rules or restrictions that I need to keep in mind. I saw some errors. Oh! That's loud. Songy D, thank you for the follow.
So, you heard anything about any bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. Love it. Hold on, let me lower this just a little bit. I can? Okay. Boing, boing, boing. I like the boing. The boing is nice. Oh, you have a loading screen. That's more than some of the games we played on Steam Next Fest had. I'll tell you that. What was that? Like the text flies away from the cursor. What was that? That first-person shooter we tried playing. That didn't have a loading screen, so everything was just trying to render at the moment. Ooh, I can customize. That's cool. I'm going with this one. Ooh, blue. No, we can't do that. We haven't earned the right to use colors yet. Well done, all, and press the F4 head. Does your game support gamepad? Oh no, it doesn't support gamepad yet, okay. Soon. Okay, hold on guys. Just trying to get a Pidgey. Hold on. Damn it, no Pidgey. Yeah, I have to, right? It reminds me of the original Pokemon games. What was the first one with color? Like Pokemon Yellow. Pokemon Gold and Silver? Hey, Philip Schneider. How does the camera handle clipping into trees? Good question. I have a good PC. Oh man, I can see what you're saying about the frame rate. Oh! There's a slime. There's an enemy. We can't go by the enemy. Oh, who's this? Uh-oh. Yeah, there's got to be some... Gold and Silver was the first one. No, oh, Gold and Silver were the first one with color? Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. Oh, I have to fight him. Oh, shit. Is he all the way up there? Uh-oh. Oh no. I'm dead. I don't think it is. Maybe it is. I'm gonna wait here. He's gonna have to waste his turn getting to me anyway. Press I. Oh. Got it. Yeah, I can reach him. How do I fight him? Oh! I did it. Is he getting the high ground? It's over, Anakin! Okay, how far can he move? Because maybe I'll just move away from him. And then he'll have to walk to me. Okay, shit. Damn it. Ow. How much health do they have? Oops, I accidentally pressed T again. Okay, it's fine. I need a better sword. Oh no. Oh no. Shit. I say lol up here. Why isn't the sword working? How do I put it back into the inventory? It does say there's a sword. Wait, is it on now? So it is on now. Just to double check. The issue was that I think I had picked it up, but I hadn't dropped it into it. So, it didn't go back in my inventory when I closed it, so I thought it was equipped, but I guess it wasn't. Also, it is dark. It's supposed to be this dark? Is it nighttime? Oh! Fighting so long it's night already? Yeah, this is taking longer than the Battle of Winterfell. Forgot to turn off lighting for the battle maps. Yeah, but my performance here is good. Damn it. Got him. Damn it. How did that open up? Oh, he's still there. Hey, don't get near me. Yeah, the performance in the overworld map is really low. Battle map was fine. Battle map was a-okay. Yeah, performance here is great too. What's the map size? Max size? I'm kind of curious. Wait, hold on. Let me load up. Where's my performance overlay? I'm very curious. Oh, it doesn't like me doing that. It does not like me loading that up. Okay, it's Alt-R, that's yeah, I'm very curious what it's maxing out. I think it's, you know what? It might be a single thread. It might just be maxing out a single CPU thread or something. It might just be trying to do too much on one core or one thread. Not technically a thread, it'd be one core. Because render latency is very high. I have no clue, but I can strip the map down to even less pixels voxels if I tried. Let me try. I think core temp would tell me, wouldn't it? Let's see what the load is like. I mean, I am using a very old, can I force this to be on top? Always on top, okay. I am using a very old CPU. Okay, it was not always on top, thank you. Or was it? Shit. Let me try that at least for the moment. Oh yeah, let's max it out 16 times. 16 times the detail, as Todd would say. my god, there's a lot of enemies. Hold on. Let me restart this. Hold on. It is enjoyable so far, though. It's 5-5. Okay, it just needs... The combat could be sped up a bit, I think. Or an option, at least, to speed it up. There's a couple of errors, too. I don't know if they're relevant or not. I don't know if you want me to show you that further, if you know about those. What? Oh, okay. It's kind of weird. So RPG in a Box is based on Godot, but you don't have anything... You don't have access to anything like that? Yeah, look at that. There's no significant load on any of my cores. And GPU usage is not crazy. Man, I could not tell you. I wonder if I could force NVIDIA... I wonder if I could force it to be in, like, potato mode with NVIDIA control panel and see if there's something weird going on with it. Now I'm curious. Now I'm just deep diving into what could be causing this. Wow. Where is it? There it is. Let's see. Air filter. Try that. Yeah, and I have my onboard my CPU graphics disabled in BIOS. So there's no way that it's that. Do you have any like ability to profile what the issue might be? Like geometrically, there's nothing special about that scene, right? And I mean, this scene is running at near 60. It's not perfect, but whatever the issue is, it's present in all the scenes. Nothing over, then it uses all the grid spaces of 128 by 128. How big is one of the grids? Am I moving one grid when I move? I don't know what it is. Yeah. Maybe, hold on, maybe somebody... Yeah. I'll have to get one of my colleagues who might have a much, like, infinitely better idea than me. Once he's online later, I can just tell him to watch the VOD. And he can see the metrics. This does give me such good Game Boy vibes, though. Especially of seeing the, like, caves and stuff and towns in the distance. Yeah, I do have the console. Type in no clip. Okay, yeah. Oh, I see. But even then, it's like you're... What's the box? I wonder if there's just some... I don't know, but even then, it's not like I see... None of my CPU cores are maxing. You know, I don't have a shitty GPU, let's put it that way. It's 4070. I don't know anything that it could be. Or at least there's nothing that's like oh yeah, look, CPU's maxing on the core, so it's an issue with multi-threading or something, right? I mean, maybe, does the RPG in a Box engine, is it voxel based itself, or have you you know, inserted the voxel support into it? If you, I don't know if that makes sense. This little never did it, okay. But it's based on Godot. And Godot like 3 point something, right? Yeah. And if there's no tools or, you know, profiling tools, I don't really know if there's any, I mean, what's my overlay settings? I know I can get more detailed overlay. Godot 3.2. Yeah. Very weird. It's definitely way, whatever is causing it is way beyond my knowledge. It's like the UI is rendered separately, and the UI is crispy clean, right? Or I think it is. Feels like my clock speed is higher here too. It's weird. I think it's more to trail boxes in the maps. Yeah, I really like it. I like your style, the style that you're going for, and from what you've told me about the game's idea, it's pretty cool. I don't have anything that fits the story of my life. But I think women won't talk to me. I really enjoy it. So, can't be up. Bumped the button while it was loading. Yeah, I really like it so far. Keep me updated, and hopefully, I'm gonna share I'll share the info with my colleague today, who is a much more lower level programmer, and definitely knows some things around with like engines and stuff. And I'll see what he has to say. And then I'll send him the link too from hold on, let me get the link again. Where's the link? Shit. Where'd it go? Yeah, no worries. We'll talk, I don't know if you'll be available tomorrow, but hopefully there'll be something. And you're on the Discord, right? You? Yeah, I think you're on the Discord, right? So if we awesome, perfect. So I'll like include you in the @ and we'll talk about it in like the dev channel, and we'll see if we can do something with it. Perfect. But yeah, the game's really looking nice so far. I'm really jealous of all you guys who have games in so much better state than mine. So yeah. I gotta get going to rest today, guys, but we'll be on tomorrow, same time, for more Cauldron Chronicles. I'm gonna get some sleep early today. But thank you guys for being here, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, have a great rest of your day too, Aaron. Really great having you guys here. See you guys. Hearts in chat. Let me send some love. All right, guys. Peace. See you tomorrow. More Cauldron Chronicles. Bye, guys.